Chapter 365. Swoosh. Swoosh. The long spear continued to stab out, and the stone golems exploded one by one. Soon, the 20 stone golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the stone golems at the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 were unable to stop Lu Ming. He swept all the way. When the 20 stone golems at the later stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 were defeated, Lu Ming's points had surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the array, Yang Liuji stared fixedly at the stone tablet, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lu Ming! Yang Liuji bellowed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming, because the top 10 on the Emperor Yun board were increasing their points as fast as Lu Ming's. Boom. Boom. In the 10,000 illusion killing array, Lu Ming defeated the last 2 stone golems at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 7. At that point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1,560. At that moment, the surrounding scenery changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon, the wind was howling and it tore the earth apart. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the wind, there were sounds of something breaking the air. In the next moment, rays of saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. They were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body shook slightly. His body was like a flickering shadow, and he flew back dozens of meters. Buzz. The long spear shook and swept out. A figure was sent flying. At that moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusion killing array would not only gather demonic beasts, but also martial artists. Swoosh. Rays of saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming from behind. Clang. Clang. Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few of the sabers. The black-robed men were all at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 8. Wind Force. Lu Ming used the power of wind, and began to sense the black-robed person's trajectory. Although the black-robed person's speed was fast, under Lu Ming's wind momentum, he still had nowhere to hide. Found you! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed, as he instantly thrust out his spear a dozen times. Puff! Puff! 5 or 6 black-robed men were pierced by Lu Ming in succession, turning into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, martial artists in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were no match for him. After he found their tracks, Lu Ming killed them one by one. Soon, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 middle-stage martial arts Grandmaster realm black-robed men appeared. The speed of these 20 black-robed men was even faster. In the fierce wind, their speed was like lightning. Even when Lu Ming unleashed the power of wind, it was also hard to capture the trajectory. Force. These black-robed men have actually mastered the force of wind. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. Amazing, this is really amazing. This is only a large formation, but the martial artists inside have actually mastered the force of wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This force of wind is different from what I have comprehended. Yes, the force of wind can be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill the black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them while comprehending the force of wind. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he unleashed all his strength and unleashed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps, he would definitely be able to surpass 4 small realms and fight with a martial artist in the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He might even be able to win. If he unleashed all his strength, it would not be impossible for him to break through this stage. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry now. Outside the 10,000 illusion killing formation, everyone stared at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract too much attention. However, when Lu Ming passed the stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and reached 1,560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a hurdle. Those who could pass this hurdle would be considered top geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard, and would definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is so powerful that he has accumulated 1,560 points. Next, he will be facing a martial artist in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. Yang Liuji could not help but gnash his teeth when he heard the discussion. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be quite powerful, Yan Feishuan muttered. He is quite capable, but he still has to die. Blue Cloud snorted. Lu Ming, I did not expect your strength to have reached this stage. It seems that I must find a chance to kill you in the selection of the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Qiu Wuyang's eyes shone with a cold light. However, not long after, their faces changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at an extremely fast speed. He was not any slower than Shangguan Yanchen and the other top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. It's still rising. Lu Ming's points are still rising. He is too powerful. Will Lu Ming make it to the top 10? I did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. When he defeated Yang Liuji, I guess he did not use much of his strength. Oh my god, look, Xian Yanqing's points are not bad either. They are all from the Burning Sun Empire. Including Qiu Changkong, the small Burning Sun Empire has 3 terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable. Everyone was exclaiming. Very soon, Lu Ming's points soared to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed all 20 martial artists in the early stage of the 8th martial arts Grandmaster realm. Next, Lu Ming will face 20 middle stage martial arts Grandmaster realm martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there is a high chance that he will make it to the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he will surpass Qiu Changkong and make it to the top 10. I'm looking forward to it. Wait, did you notice that Lu Ming's points have stopped rising? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? Most likely. I guess he is at the end of his rope. He must be trying his best to defend himself. That is why his points have stopped rising. Phew. Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Qiu Changkong was especially nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points surging. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. With his pride, he would not be able to accept that Lu Ming surpassed him. Luckily, Lu Ming's points had stopped rising. Ho ho Lu Ming, is this your limit? How disappointing. Qiu Changkong whispered with a smile on his face. At the same time, Blue Cloud and the others sneered. Lu Ming was not a threat to them. Look, Xian Yanqing's points have slowed down. That's right. It seems that Xian Yanqing's combat strength is slightly higher than Lu Ming's. However, he is not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. Some people discuss with each other and express their opinions. This was because the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard were still increasing their points. Soon, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard surpassed Qiu Changkong and pushed him to the 9th place. As for Yan Feishuan, he dropped to the 10th place. Damn it. Chapter 366. Time passed by slowly. Soon, the half-hour limit was up. The light screen shook and Xian Yanqing appeared. Lu Ming's points were still stagnant, but he did not appear. He can still hold on. However, this is the preliminaries. What's the point of holding on? Qiu Changkong sneered. However, in the next moment, his eyes popped out and he opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a dead mouse. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's score, which had remained stagnant, suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. Everyone else's expression was similar to Qiu Changkong's. All of them were dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is Lu Ming's points shooting up? Did he hide his strength? That's impossible. Everyone was discussing and even Jian Fengyan was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant. Subsequently, it was 2,100, 2,200, and he surpassed Qiu Changkong in one fell swoop. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the screen vibrated and he flew out. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Emperor Yun leaderboard flew out together with him. Oh my god, why is there no more time? After coming out, Lu Ming kept mumbling to himself. He was speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men, he began to comprehend the force of wind. His force of wind had already reached the limit of minor accomplishment. After comprehending it, his force of wind broke through and reached the great accomplishment. When the force of wind and force of fire merged with each other, their power skyrocketed. Previously, the force of wind and force of fire were not balanced. Although their power was great after merging, it had not reached its maximum. Now when the two forces were balanced, their power was truly terrifying. It had completely surpassed the power of a single force of perfection. Lu Ming merged the two forces into his long spear. With a sweep of his long spear, the black-robed men in the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm collapsed. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men at the late stage of the martial arts grandmaster realm. However, they were unable to withstand Lu Ming's attack, and were all killed within a short period of time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight with the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and teleported him out. Lu Ming immediately knew that time was up. Forget it, this score shouldn't be too bad. Lu Ming mumbled. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this time, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and clasped their fists. However, the two of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the two of them definitely did not pass, and did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, light flashed on the second stone tablet, and the rankings changed. There were no changes to the top three. It was still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tianxi, and Jiang Hongwen. There was a change in the fourth place. It was Shengguan Yunyan. It was still Blue Cloud who was in the fifth place. There were no changes to the top 7 on the Emperor Yun board. However, there was a change in the 8th place. It was Lu Ming. Qiu Chongkong dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan dropped to the 11th place and out of the top 10. Damn it! Yan Feishuan was so angry that his body trembled. Before this competition, he was still confident and wanted to move up a few ranks. However, not only did he not move up, but he had also dropped back a few ranks. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yan Feishuan blamed everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't made it to the 8th place, he wouldn't have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 11th place and the top 10, they were on 2 completely different levels. On the other hand, Qiu Chongkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. They were both from the Burning Sun Empire. From now on, the top genius of the Burning Sun Empire was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Chongkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have felt Qiu Chongkong's murderous intent. He looked at Qiu Chongkong and sneered. Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally overtook you. Now you're number 2 in the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming, you. Qiu Chongkong roared and his eyes turned red. What did Lu Ming just call him? Little Kong? What did he mean by accidentally surpassed him? Did he become the second? Every word was infuriating. Qiu Chongkong felt that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were aching. Lu Ming, the 1000 illusion killing array has a high score, but it doesn't mean that you can win in a real life and death battle. After a while, Qiu Chongkong took a deep breath to calm himself down and said coldly, "Oh, is that so? Then let's have a real life and death battle." Lu Ming stared at Qiu Chongkong with murderous eyes. Qiu Chongkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to kill him. However, Qiu Chongkong's eyes flickered and he did not agree. He snorted and walked to the side. He had no chance of winning now. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. So you don't dare. What a coward. Lu Ming curled his lips. Qiu Chongkong staggered and his eyes turned red again. He was so angry that he almost exploded. He wanted to turn around and chop Lu Ming into pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Qiu Chongkong roared in his heart. The test was still going on, and there was only one group left. However, there were no outstanding geniuses in this group, and no one was interested. Soon, half an hour had passed and the last group had finished. The candidates for this round of preliminaries had all been announced. A total of 98 people had passed the preliminaries and obtained the right to participate in the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. More than 600 people had come and only 98 people had passed. The probability was not low. Don't forget that these people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Alright, 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and obtained the right to participate in the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. The selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards will be held in Myriad Star City 3 months later. You just have to rush to Myriad Star City within 3 months. Lu Xiu announced. Myriad Star City? Many people were stunned. Obviously, they had not heard of it before. Myriad Star City is a branch of the Empyrean Divine Palace in the east of Tianxian Domain. You just have to rush to Myriad Star City and gather at the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. I will wait for you there. This is the map to Myriad Star City. Lu Xiu gave a brief introduction, and then took out a stack of maps and gave one to each person. Alright, follow me out now. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Lu Xiu said. After that, everyone followed Lu Xiu out of the Myriad Illusion Valley. Then they went their separate ways. Lu Ming, you have surpassed me this time. Next time, I will definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xian Yinqing gritted her teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time, Xian Yinqing was ranked 15th, behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. Chapter 367. By the side, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were blushing. They looked like they wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. Xiaoqing, we are already an old couple. Don't be like this. Brother Feng and Brother Ling will laugh at us. Lu Ming leaned close to Xian Yanqing's ear and whispered. You. Who is an old couple with you? Don't spout nonsense. Xian Yanqing's pretty face turned red. She gave Lu Ming a few hard glances. We have already looked at each other and touched each other. We are not an old couple. Do you really want me to do you? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered. Lu. There was a sharp scream. It was so piercing that Lu Ming's eardrums were buzzing. Xian Yinqing gritted her teeth. If not for Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi, she would have pounced on Lu Ming and bit him. Gentle, gentle. Girls have to be gentle, understand? Don't let Brother Feng and Brother Ling laugh at us. Lu Ming had his hands behind his back and said with a naughty smile. By the side. Ah, Brother Ling, the starry sky is so beautiful today. The moon is so big and glaring. Haha, Brother Feng is right. It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked up at the sky and lied through their teeth. They pretended not to see Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The few of them bickered all the way back to the inn. News about the test spread like wildfire in the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Jian Fengyan was powerful and invincible. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Besides Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Xian Yanqing were also mentioned repeatedly. The 3 of them came from the same empire, the Blazing Sun Empire. It was a small country. There were so many terrifying geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire. 2 of them even made it to the top 10. This was more terrifying than many intermediate empires. The Bloody Zhao Empire did not have anyone in the top 10. 2 days later on a mountain peak, Qiu Changkong kowtowed to an old man. Master, why are you here? Qiu Changkong said respectfully. This old man was the one who had accepted Qiu Changkong as his in-name disciple. He was a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region. Changkong, although you were previously ranked 36th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, you are proud and arrogant. You have never taken the other geniuses on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard seriously. Through this preliminaries, you should have realized that there is always someone better than you, right? Moreover, this is only the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is a small place. The geniuses here cannot be compared to those in other regions. It will be very difficult for you to successfully join the Tian Divine Guards. The old man sighed. Master, please give me some pointers. Qiu Changkong said respectfully. This time, I'm here to bring you to the 100 Gods slope to cultivate. I've obtained this quota with great difficulty. You must cherish it. The old man said. 100 Gods slope. Hearing this, Qiu Changkong was elated. The 100 Gods slope was an extremely famous cultivation ground in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He had heard of this name long ago, but he was not qualified to enter. This time his master had actually obtained such a precious spot for him. Changkong thanks master. I'm willing to go through fire and water for master. Qiu Changkong bowed again. Let's go. The old man waved his hand. In an instant, the two of them disappeared without a trace. In an inn in the imperial capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Xiaoqing, you're leaving? Where are you going? Lu Ming asked. Just a moment ago, Xian Yinqing had bid farewell to him. Of course I'm going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, I'll surpass you in 3 months. All right, I'll see you in Myriad Star City 3 months later. After speaking, Xian Yinqing sized up Lu Ming before turning around and disappearing in an instant. Looking at the direction where Xian Yinqing disappeared, Lu Ming somehow felt reluctant to part with her. Xiaoqing, what level can you reach in 3 months? Lu Ming muttered. Xian Yinqing's identity had always been mysterious. Lu Ming still didn't know where she came from. Her sister, Xian Yinjuan, was also a natural king. Her talent was terrifyingly high. Lu Ming had a feeling that when he saw Xian Yinqing again in 3 months, her cultivation would have a huge improvement. It seems like I have to work harder too. Otherwise, she might really surpass me. Lu Ming smiled. After a while, Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, what are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. We plan to return to the Blazing Sun Empire. Brother Lu, what about you? Feng Wuji asked. I plan to set off for the Myriad Star City. I'll cultivate along the way. Lu Ming said. He had already looked at the map. The Myriad Star City was too far away from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him a month to fly there at full speed. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate along the way. He treated this journey as a form of training. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi nodded. Brother Feng, please tell my parents that I'm safe when you return, Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell them. Feng Wuji nodded. Then Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi and Lu Ming left for the Blazing Sun Empire. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was left alone. It's time for me to leave too. Lu Ming smiled and left the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. He soared into the sky and flew toward the west, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the easternmost part of the Tianxian domain. It was extremely far away from the Myriad Star City, and there were many regions along the way. Previously, when he was traveling from the Scorching Sun Empire to the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire, Lu Ming did not unleash his full speed because of Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Now that he was alone, he unleashed his full speed, and his speed was astonishing. Countless mountains, rivers and plateaus flashed under Lu Ming's feet. In just 3 days, Lu Ming had left the Cloud Emperor mountain range and entered another region, Qianjiang Water Region. The Qianjiang Water Region was a region close to the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was several times bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was extremely vast, and there were hundreds of empires with countless people. Among them, the strongest empire was the Qianjiang Empire. It was a high-level empire and was extremely powerful. Jian Fengyan had trained in the Qianjiang Water Region. The terrain of the Qianjiang Water Region was completely different from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range had many large peaks and steep terrain. As for the Thousand Rivers Water Region, the terrain was flat, and the rivers flowed rapidly. On the vast land, there were countless large rivers. Lu Ming was above a large river, and he was dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the river was simply too wide. Looking down from 10,000 meters above, the river was at least 100 miles wide. If it were not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have been able to see the end. As for the length, it was impossible to estimate. On the river, there were many large ships sailing on the water. It is indeed unique. Looking at the endless river, Lu Ming felt his mind open, and he was in a good mood. Chapter 368. Whoosh whoosh. The vortex in his dantian started to spin at an even faster speed. The spiritual qi from all directions started to gather towards Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and a sound similar to that of a surging river could be heard from his body. An aura that was twice as strong as before burst out. However, in the next moment, it quickly subsided. Early 5th Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of 4th Martial Ancestor Realm a few months ago. In the past few months, He had been polishing his genuine chi and solidifying his foundation. He had already reached the perfect realm. Just now, when his mind was relaxed and his mind was at ease, his cultivation naturally broke through without any hindrance or difficulty. Now, with my strength, where do I rank on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming flew forward at high speed along the river. Look, it's a martial ancestor. In the river, there were shadows of sails. When the people on the boats saw Lu Ming, they shouted loudly. A martial ancestor realm expert, even in the Qianjiang water region, was a high and mighty figure. What a young martial ancestor. I want to be like him. Some teenagers looked enviously at Lu Ming, who was in the sky. These people did not attract Lu Ming's attention. He sped up and the boundless river passed under his feet. The river was endless. Lu Ming had already flown along the river for 100,000 miles, but he still had not reached the end. Along the way, there were countless tributaries. Countless people had built empires near the river. Lu Ming guessed that the river was one of the main rivers in the Qianjiang water region. It was said that the Qianjiang water region had as many as 18 main rivers and countless tributaries. Splash, splash. At that moment, there was a violent tumbling sound from the river below and water splashed everywhere. The waves rolled and Lu Ming saw countless fish in the waves. There were all kinds of fish jumping around. Some of the fish were dozens of meters long and extremely large. They exuded a powerful aura. They were clearly some fish-type demonic beasts. These fish-type demonic beasts were actually swimming side by side towards the front of the river. Lu Ming was very curious and followed these fish-type demonic beasts. The further they went, the more surprised Lu Ming became. This was because there were more and more fish in the river. There were even many prawns, turtles, and other aquatic creatures. They formed a line and swam forward. What's ahead? Why are there so many aquatic creatures here? Lu Ming pondered, his heart filled with curiosity. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming saw a tributary. Although it was called a tributary, it was actually about 100 miles wide. From this branch, a large number of aquatic creatures also swam out and joined the team. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man and woman flying in the air. Just like him, they were following the water tribe. The middle-aged man and woman also saw Lu Ming. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't speak. Lu Ming was even more certain that there was a problem ahead. After traveling for another 10,000 miles, the aquatic creatures in the river were already densely packed. There were also dozens of martial artists in the sky. Those who could fly in the air were all martial Dao grandmasters without exception. It seems that the Dragon Gate is going to appear again. I wonder where it will appear this time? There were a few young people in the sky. One of them whispered. Lu Ming's ears twitched. Naturally, he heard every word. It's hard to say. The Dragon Gate is also known as the Heaven's Gate. It's extremely mysterious. The water area that appears every time is different, and the time is not fixed. It's our opportunity to encounter it this time. We must seize it. Senior Brother Pan is right. It's said that when the Heaven's Gate appears, it will emit an extremely mysterious aura. People in that area will often be able to think more actively, especially their comprehension of force. This time, I must seize the opportunity to break through to greater success in my force of water. Senior Brother, I heard that the Heaven's Gate will spew out all kinds of treasures. Is that true? It's true. Legend has it that the Heaven's Gate is extremely mysterious and connects to an extremely ancient and powerful world. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, the precious items of that world will spew out. Perhaps these secrets weren't rare in the Thousand Rivers water region. Therefore, when the young people were discussing, they didn't deliberately hide it. Lu Ming heard everything clearly. Dragon Gate? Heaven's Gate? There's actually such a mysterious thing? Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. He was even more curious and followed them all the way. After about a few thousand miles, the aquatic creatures in the river stopped. There was a huge intersection in front of them. 3 gigantic rivers that were 1,000 miles wide converged, forming an even wider river that flowed into the distance. At the intersection of the 3 rivers, there was a huge vortex. The river water spun like a funnel. The vortex was extremely huge, and had a diameter of at least a few hundred miles. At the other two rivers, there were also a large number of aquatic creatures and martial artists. There should be about 100 martial artists in total. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the vortex. In the river, countless aquatic creatures made different noises. All of them stared at the whirlpool with awe and respect. Haha, every time the Heaven's Gate appears, it will attract a large number of aquatic creatures. These aquatic creatures are really stupid. They're really thinking of leaping over the Dragon Gate. A burly man laughed. The others also smiled faintly. Obviously, they weren't surprised. Rumble. At this moment, the sound from the vortex became louder. It seemed that a huge creature was about to emerge from it. Boom. In the next moment, the ground shook violently and something really rushed out from it. It was actually a mountain. A mountain peak emerged from the vortex. At first, it was the peak of the mountain, then the mountainside. Gradually, the bottom of the mountain was revealed. A huge mountain peak appeared at the intersection of the three rivers, causing a large amount of river water to flow to both sides. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain peak shook and a powerful aura spread out from the mountainside. A huge stone gate appeared on the mountainside. The Heaven's Gate has appeared. Someone shouted. Lu Ming was also shocked. He looked at the mountainside from dozens of miles away. The stone gate was 100 meters tall, and a hazy light spread out. Go up. Someone shouted and flew toward the mountain peak. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He followed the crowd and flew to the mountain peak. He stopped at the mountainside, and then ran toward the stone gate. However, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the stone gate, Lu Ming felt a powerful force acting on his body. This force was no ordinary force. It was a force that was very similar to the force of heaven and earth. However, it was many times more powerful than the force. Is this the power of the great path of heaven and earth? Lu Ming was shocked. He could sense an incomparably mysterious and all-encompassing aura within it. It seemed to contain countless forces and mysteries of heaven and earth. Bang! Chapter 369. Blocking with force. True Qi is useless. Someone shouted. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, all kinds of forces burst out. Wind, fire, metal, wood, mountain, thunder, water, etc. Lu Ming discovered that among these people, most of them had comprehended the water force. It probably had something to do with the environment of the Thousand River domain. Only by blocking with force could one move forward. Some martial arts grandmasters who had not comprehended the force directly knelt when they were 1,000 meters away. Those martial arts grandmasters who had comprehended the entry-level force could walk within 900 meters. Those who had comprehended the force at the early stage of lesser success could walk 800 meters. Those who had comprehended the force at the mid-stage of lesser success could walk 700 meters. Every time one's force was stronger, they could get closer to the gate of heaven. However, Lu Ming stood 1,000 meters away and did not move. He was comprehending carefully. He felt that the last palm of the three Dao palms, the heavenly palm, was very similar to the gate of heaven's aura. Heavenly Dao, the great Dao of heaven and earth. I see. After comparing the heavenly palm with the gate of heaven's aura, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He finally figured out a bit of the heaven's path palm. The heavenly palm was said to be infinitely close to a heaven-level martial skill once it was mastered. However, very few people in history could master it as it was too difficult. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a long time, but still could not find a way. At this moment, a door seemed to have opened in front of him. This aura. I have to capture this aura and engrave it in my heart. Then I will reflect it with the heavenly palm. I believe that I will be able to master the heavenly palm soon. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to feel the aura with all his heart. After a while, Lu Ming blocked with force and advanced 100 meters, but he quickly retreated. The heavenly Dao aura in front was more intense, but at the same time, it was more difficult to capture and engrave something. 1,000 meters was the most suitable. While Lu Ming was comprehending carefully, two figures continued to move forward at the fastest speed. They were two old men, and they were able to reach a distance of 300 meters. Extreme greater success, they are the Min River monsters. Someone recognized the two old men and shouted. Obviously, The two old men were very famous. Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that their cultivations had reached the peak 8th layer martial ancestor realm. If I can comprehend it within 300 meters, the effect will be the best. Moreover, when the divine gate spits out treasures later, the closer I am to it, the higher my chances of obtaining it. Some people were extremely envious. Everyone did their best to get closer to the heavenly gate. That way, their gains would be greater. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure came from afar. In an instant he arrived at the mountain and continued to rush towards the heaven's gate. He was a young man in his 20s. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and his speed was extremely fast. Soon he was within 300 meters. Who is this person? How could his aura be so powerful? You don't even know Li Qiushui? What? He's Li Qiushui, ranked 78th on the Thousand River Top 100 list? Someone was shocked. You two old fellows scram. As soon as Li Qiushui stepped within 300 meters, she looked coldly at the Min River monsters. The Min River freaks' faces sank. One of them said, Li Qiushui, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I'm asking you to scram. Within 300 meters, I'm the only one left. Li Qiushui sneered. Li Qiushui, isn't your appetite too big? I'm afraid you can't handle it, right? The Min River monsters said in a deep voice. Can't handle it? Just the two of you? You're not worthy. Li Qiushui was domineering. Li Qiushui, you might be a genius, but we brothers aren't afraid of you. The Min River monsters wouldn't give in so easily. If you don't scram, only death awaits you. Li Qiushui's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! A sword light broke through the air and charged towards the Min River monsters. Do you think we're afraid of you? The Min River monsters roared and used all their strength to resist. Boom! Boom! In just 5 to 6 moves, the Min River monsters trembled violently and retreated continuously. On their bodies, there was an additional sword wound that was so deep that their bones could be seen. Gasps could be heard from the audience. The famous Min River monsters were injured in just 5 to 6 moves from Li Qiushui. Wasn't Li Qiushui too powerful? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and a trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. He could clearly see that Li Qiushui's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th martial grandmaster realm. The Min River monsters were 2 levels higher than him, but they were injured in just 5 to 6 moves. Li Qiushui's ability to fight across levels had already exceeded 2 levels. Generally speaking, it was the limit for those exceptional geniuses in the martial grandmaster realm to fight across 2 levels. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe, and those geniuses at the bottom of the Emperor Yun leaderboard, could only fight across 2 levels. Those geniuses at the bottom of the Emperor Yun leaderboard had a much higher cultivation than the other geniuses, which was why they were on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. The top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard were even more powerful. Not only did they have a higher cultivation, but their ability to fight across levels was also stronger. For example, Blue Cloud Dao and the others had the ability to fight across levels. They were 2 levels above, but not 3. They were between 2 and 3 levels. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be able to fight across 3 levels. Li Qiushui was able to fight across 2 to 3 levels. Lu Ming speculated that his combat strength was no weaker than Blue Cloud Dao and the other geniuses at the top of the Emperor Yun leaderboard. However, Li Qiushui was only ranked 78th on the top 100 list of the Qianjiang Water region. The top 100 list of the Qianjiang Water region had the same meaning as the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It listed the top 100 geniuses in the Qianjiang Water region. Being ranked 78th was already so powerful. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the other regions. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Li Qiushui was extremely cold. The Min River monsters' faces were extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth and retreated from the 300-meter area to the 400-meter area. Ha ha ha, young Master Li Qiushui is indeed powerful. At that moment, there was a loud laugh. A red-haired man quickly ran toward the heavenly gate, emitting a powerful aura. He didn't stop until he reached the 300-meter area. It's the red-haired water demon. Someone exclaimed. Li Qiushui's eyes turned gloomy. He looked at the red-haired water demon and didn't say anything. The red-haired water demon's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him. The red-haired water demon wasn't afraid of Li Qiushui. He stood in the 300-meter area and looked at the heavenly gate with fiery eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Success. He had succeeded in engraving a faint wisp of heaven's path qi. As long as he thought carefully, he would recall the faint heaven's path qi. Although it was faint, it should be enough for him to practice the heaven's path palm. It's time to comprehend the force. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He then strode forward. He didn't stop. 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters. Lu Ming kept walking toward the 300-meter area. Bam! Finally, Lu Ming stepped into the 300-meter area. Chapter 370. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Ming. Then there was a heated discussion. Who is he? How can he reach the 300-meter zone? How dare he reach the 300-meter zone? Isn't he afraid that Li Qiushui will kill him? Could he be a genius on the 1,000 River Top 100 list? I don't know. I have never seen him before. I have never seen him in the top 100 list during the Imperial Sky Divine Guard preliminaries. He shouldn't be a genius on the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Many people whispered to each other and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Li Qiushui's face darkened as he looked coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, this is not a place for you to stay. Get out if you don't want to die, Li Qiushui said coldly. He was already furious that the red-haired water demon had stepped into this zone. Now another person had come and he was so young. Haha, you keep asking people to get lost. I want to know, if an expert stronger than you comes and asks you to get lost, I wonder what kind of expression you will have. Lu Ming curled his lips and smiled faintly. What if? I am the strongest here. That is the truth. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. You are the strongest? You really know how to flatter yourself. Lu Ming sneered. Does that mean you have the confidence to fight with me? I would like to see where you get your confidence from. Clang. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, a sword light that was as white as the Milky Way slashed out from his hand. It was as fast as lightning, like an immortal flying from the heavens. Lu Ming sneered as the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. He swayed it and went forward. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the 5th realm of the martial ancestor realm, he might not be a match for Li Qiushui, who was on par with Blue Cloud. But now he wanted to test his combat strength. Boom! The spear radiance and the sword chi clashed, and there was a violent explosion. Both of them retreated as the force spread out. So you do have some strength. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Boundless Autumn Water Sword. Chi, sword chi like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens appeared one after another, slashing towards Lu Ming. Wind Fire Slaughter. Lu Ming's spear shook and the power of wind and fire fused together. Spear lights shot out and collided with the sword chi. Intense explosions rang out in the air. All around the crowd watched in shock. They did not expect that Lu Ming could actually fight Li Qiushui to a draw. There isn't such a person in the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Could it be that this person is a hidden genius and did not participate in the preliminaries? It shouldn't be possible. Which young genius wouldn't be tempted by the Empyrean Divine Guard's preliminaries? Putting aside the fact that after becoming an Empyrean Divine Guard, one would be able to cultivate in the Empyrean Divine Palace's branch palace. There would be endless benefits. It's said that there would be great opportunities in the preliminaries as well. Who would miss it? That's true. Could he be a genius from another region? Very likely. While the others were discussing, not far away, the red-haired water demon's expression was also extremely grave. Even with his early 9th realm martial ancestor realm cultivation, he did not dare to be careless. Boom boom. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still hard to determine the victor. Take my final move, Autumn Water's River Sword. Li Qiushui roared as a terrifying aura spread out. A river appeared and revolved around him. Lu Ming could see clearly that this river was formed by the convergence of sword auras. Endless sword auras condensed into a river. Kill! Li Qiushui roared as the river rushed towards Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's strongest move. It was extremely powerful. There was once an early 9th realm martial ancestor realm martial artist who was severely injured by this move, and was almost killed. So powerful. If that brat doesn't have any trump cards, he's finished. The red-haired water demon thought. The other spectators had similar thoughts as well. Their eyes were wide open as they stared fixedly. They wanted to see how Lu Ming was going to counter this move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he suddenly soared into the sky. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. There was a mysterious fluctuation coming from Lu Ming's body as he suddenly took a step forward. There was a faint dragon roar. Boom. Lu Ming's step seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth as a terrifying fluctuation spread out from Lu Ming's feet. Boom. The 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps and Li Qiushui's sword Qi River collided heavily. The heaven and earth shook violently as the force swept out. But for some reason, under the aura of the Heaven's Gate, it only spread out a few meters before dissipating. The force that could destroy a mountain did not cause much of a stir under the Heaven's Gate. Huff huff. The force dissipated as Li Qiushui retreated a dozen steps while Lu Ming flew backwards. They were evenly matched. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Vaguely, there was a hint of awe in their eyes. Obviously, they had already treated Lu Ming and Li Qiushui as geniuses of the same level. The geniuses of the Thousand River region are indeed powerful. He is only ranked 78th. No wonder Jian Fengyan said that he was injured by a genius ranked 18th in the Thousand River region. Lu Ming thought to himself and was shocked. He did not know that Li Qiushui's heart was in turmoil as he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was only at the early stage of martial ancestor realm 5. It was unbelievable that he could fight him to a standstill. He was a genius who could fight across more than 2 levels. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to fight across 4 levels? Li Qiushui had never heard of someone who could fight across 4 levels in the martial ancestor realm. Even the monster ranked first in the Thousand River top 100 list might not be able to fight across 4 levels. Where did this genius come from? How can he be so terrifying? Li Qiushui thought quickly as killing intent flickered in his eyes. However, he did not continue to attack. He stood aside and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming did not attack either as he looked at the Heaven's Gate. At that moment, the aura in the Heaven's Gate was getting thicker. There were already people sitting cross-legged as they started to comprehend the aura. This aura contains the Tao of heaven and earth. Let me comprehend the force of wind first. Lu Ming pondered. He then sat cross-legged and started to comprehend the force of wind. Of course, he paid attention to his surroundings. If anyone attacked him, he could retaliate at any time. However, no one attacked him. Li Qiushui's eyes flickered, but he did not attack. He also sat cross-legged and started to comprehend. Brat, when my force breaks through, it will be your death date. Li Qiushui thought viciously. Slowly, the place became silent. Most of the people started to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, someone was overjoyed. It was obvious that he had gained something. Force of wind. There was wind blowing around Lu Ming's body. It was light and ethereal. Lu Ming successfully found the Tao of wind in the aura of the Heaven's Gate. Suddenly, his comprehension of the wind increased rapidly. Around his body, wisps of green wind were rotating. It was sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Half an hour later, the force of wind around Lu Ming suddenly withdrew and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and there was a smile in his eyes. His force of wind had successfully broken through to the Great Achievement realm. It was at the same level as the force of fire, and the two were in balance. Chapter 371. Continue. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the force of wind. He wanted the force of wind to catch up with the force of fire. This way, the combination of the two forces could unleash the strongest power. Under the Heaven Gate, his comprehension of the force of wind could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, the force of wind went from the early stage to the middle stage. Another half an hour later, the force of wind broke through to the late stage, and was only one step away from the limit of the great accomplishment. Boom. At this moment, there was a rumble not far away. Lu Ming sensed a powerful aura rippling from Li Qiushui's body. That was force. Li Qiushui's force was several times stronger than before. The force of water had reached perfection. Ha ha ha. Li Qiushui stood up and laughed heartily to the sky. An extremely powerful force radiated from his body and filled the entire place, forming a powerful pressure. Those who were in the midst of comprehending were all alarmed and stopped cultivating. Li Qiushui's force has broken through and reached perfection. This is too shocking. This time, his ranking on the Thousand River Top 100 list will increase greatly. Many people were discussing in shock. Force, from the great accomplishment to perfection, was too difficult. Many geniuses were stuck at this step, and were stuck for their entire lives. Perfection represented perfection, and its power was much greater than that of great success. Kid, you didn't leave just now. Now you don't have the chance. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming with cold killing intent in his eyes. His force had broken through perfection, and his combat power had increased greatly. Now he was confident that he could be ranked in the top 40 of the Thousand River Top 100 list or even higher. Killing Lu Ming was a piece of cake. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile as he stood up slowly. He wanted to test the power of the force of wind and fire. The two looked at each other and their powerful auras clashed, forming a powerful pressure. The red-haired water demon watched from the side with a serious expression. Buzz. At this moment, the heaven gate hundreds of meters away let out a rumble and shook violently. Rumble. The entire mountain peak shook violently. The heaven gate is going to spit out treasures. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the heavenly gate with burning eyes. Humph, I'll let you off for now. Li Qiushui sneered. He retracted his aura and looked at the heaven gate. Let me go? There was a faint smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Wang. At this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. In the middle of the gate of heaven it was misty like chaos, and no one could see what was inside. Suddenly, a few figures of light flew out of the gate of heaven. As soon as they left the gate of heaven, they made a violent sound of breaking through the air and flew into the distance. His speed was so fast that he covered a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Those are a few broken weapons. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he clearly saw the true bodies of these figures. These light shadows were actually a few broken weapons. There were 4 of them in total. It was a battle sword, but the tip of the sword was broken. There was only half of a saber. There was also a spear, but the tail had disappeared, leaving only the tip of the spear. The last one was half an iron rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon pounced towards the broken weapons without hesitation. Li Qiushui pounced towards the broken sword, while the red-haired water demon pounced towards the half-saber. Lu Ming didn't stop either as he pounced towards the half-spear. Although the half-spear was fast, Lu Ming was even faster. In an instant he was close to the half-spear. Just as Lu Ming extended his palm and was about to grab the spear trembled. A blurry figure rushed out from the spear, and an aura of Bai-In-I under the heavens erupted. This figure was incomparably tall, like a broken shadow. It couldn't be seen clearly at all. One could barely see that he was holding a spear and thrusting it towards Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming didn't hesitate as he took a step forward and clashed with the spear. Bang! There was a violent explosion. Lu Ming felt his feet go numb, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. As for that figure, it began to tremble. Then with a bang, it collapsed and disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes moved. True qi gushed out and wrapped around the half-spear, and he held it in his hand. The spear was pitch black, and it could be seen that it was densely covered with saber and sword marks. It had obviously gone through a fierce battle. At the same time, an ancient and desolate aura spread out from the spear, full of the aura of time. I don't know how long this spear has gone through, but the spear still contains a trace of the spear's owner's inextinguishable fighting spirit. It's really amazing. I wonder what kind of existence the owner of this spear was? Lu Ming looked at the spear and sighed secretly. The half-spear had gone through too much time, and had lost its spirituality. However, the material of the spear was extraordinary. Lu Ming couldn't see what material it was made of. He gripped the spear tightly, and there wasn't a trace of a mark on it. After all, it came from the gate of heaven. I'll keep it first. With a move of his hand he kept the half-spear. In the other direction, the broken saber and the broken sword had all kinds of strange phenomena, but they were all defeated by Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon. As for the half-iron rod, it flew far away. Under the siege of more than 10 experts, it was finally taken away by a burly man. Buzz. At this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 light figures flew out. Lu Ming looked and was surprised. This time it was actually 2 pieces of dried branches. 2 pieces of black dried branches. Swoosh. 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 Without any hesitation, the red-haired water demon, Lu Ming, and Li Qiushui pounced on the 2 pieces of dried branches like lightning. Get lost. Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon were closer. Li Qiushui shouted coldly, and a dazzling sword light, as white as the Milky Way, cut through the void and slashed at the red-haired water demon. The power of the perfect stage was extremely terrifying. The red-haired water demon shouted angrily, and did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated. Li Qiushui reached out, and grabbed the dried branch in his hand. On the other side, the red-haired water demon retreated and missed the time. Lu Ming also grabbed the other dried branch in his hand. This dried branch was black as if it had been burnt. It did not have the slightest vitality, as if it was really a dried branch. But considering the wonders of the gate of heaven, Lu Ming still kept it. Kid, hand over that dried branch. Quick, hand it to me. Li Qiushui's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming and scolded with a commanding tone. Why don't you fucking take a piss and look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? Trash, and you want me to hand over the dried branch? You must be dreaming. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and said coldly. Li Qiushui's face immediately turned green. His eyes were extremely cold and murderous. He said, Kid, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because we were tied. Now, I'll let you know the power of the perfect stage. Boom. A powerful aura exploded from Li Qiushui's body. Boom. At this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. Another thing spurted out from the stone gate. Chapter 372. Whoosh. The stone egg flew into the distance. It's mine. Li Qiushui shouted and pounced towards the stone egg with a flash. Yours? Are you dreaming? Lu Ming sneered and pounced towards the stone egg. At the same time, the red-haired water demon's expression changed and pounced towards the stone egg. Courting death. Li Qiushui shouted and slashed towards Lu Ming and the red-haired water demon. Boom. Boom. There were 2 booming sounds and the red-haired water demon retreated backward. However, Lu Ming did not move at all. Li Qiushui's expression changed. Is this the power of the perfected force? It's just a so-so. Get lost. Lu Ming sneered and then shouted. His spear shook and the great success wind and fire force merged and drew towards Li Qiushui. Boundless autumn water sword. Li Qiushui slashed out and the perfected force of water erupted. Clang. The spear and the battle sword clashed. Instantly, Li Qiushui's expression changed. Lu Ming's attack was like a hot knife through butter. Li Qiushui's perfected force of water was forced to retreat. How could this be? Li Qiushui let out a roar of disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His force had already broken through to the perfected stage, and its power had increased by several times. Lu Ming's force was still at the great success stage. How could it be stronger than his? This was too unbelievable and Li Qiushui could not accept it. Bang. Li Qiushui's body was sent flying and he retreated dozens of meters. His face was pale. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone egg. The moment he grabbed it, Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly and his expression changed. Heavy. This stone egg was unbelievably heavy. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level and the strength of his physical body, he could even lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds with one hand. But this stone egg could make Lu Ming's hand tremble. Its weight was definitely not less than 1,000,000 jin. A stone egg that was the size of a human head actually weighed 1,000,000 jin. This was simply unbelievable. The stone egg was not round but oval. It was very similar to an ordinary animal egg. Wait, this is... Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt that there was a wisp of life aura in the stone egg. Although this wisp of life aura was extremely weak and could be ignored, it was indeed a wisp of life aura. Could this really be a living creature's egg? It's still alive? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was shocked. A living creature's egg weighing 1,000,000 gene. What kind of living creature's egg was this egg? Lu Ming's imagination. Ah. Die. Die for me. Autumn water sword technique. At this moment, Li Qiushui roared and a river of sword aura blasted toward Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's killer move. It was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He moved his hands, wanting to keep the stone egg in his storage ring. With no time to think, Lu Ming took a step forward with the stone egg in his hand. 9 Dragons Sky-Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragons Sky-Stomping Steps had merged the power of wind and fire. This was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Bam! Lu Ming crushed Li Qiushui's river of sword aura with a single step. The immense force did not stop there and blasted on Li Qiushui's body. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Li Qiushui let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted from his mouth. His body flew out a few thousand meters like a cannonball. Brat, don't let me meet you in the Divine Guard selection. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. A furious roar filled with killing intent could be heard from afar. The voice was getting further and further away. Li Qiushui took this opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not give chase. Li Qiushui's combat strength was not much weaker than his. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Now that he was running for his life, it would not be easy for Lu Ming to catch up to him. The others were dumbfounded. They were all guessing which region Lu Ming was from for him to be so powerful. Li Qiushui's power had reached the great perfection stage. He would definitely be in the top 40 of the Qianjiang Water Region's top 100 list. With such combat strength, he was actually kicked by Lu Ming to the point where he vomited blood and fled for his life. Some of the elders sighed. It was really a case of the new generation replacing the old. Buzz. At this moment, the heavenly gate continued to tremble. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, nothing was spurting out anymore. After a while, nothing was spurting out anymore. Many people were also disappointed. Most of them came here this time. Other than using the aura of the heavenly gate to comprehend their power, they did not gain anything else. They looked at Lu Ming. This time, it was no doubt that Lu Ming had gained the most. He had obtained a total of 3 things. Half an hour later, the mountain started to tremble violently. The heavenly gate is disappearing. Someone shouted. Everyone flew away from the mountain and stood in the air. Rumble. The mountain shook, and a huge whirlpool formed under the river. The mountain was slowly disappearing. After a while, the mountain and the heavenly gate disappeared completely in the whirlpool. The river regained its calmness. As for the aquatic creatures in the river, they all dived into the water and disappeared. Let's go. Seeing that the heavenly gate had disappeared, many people left. Soon only Lu Ming was left. This stone egg can't be stored in a storage ring? Looking at the stone egg in his hand, Lu Ming was amazed. Can the Temple of Paragon be stored in it? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No living creatures could be stored in the Temple of Paragon, except for himself. This stone egg also had the aura of life. He wondered if he could store it in it. With a thought, the stone egg disappeared. It can be stored in it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the Temple of Paragon could not be stored in it, Lu Ming was speechless. He could not possibly carry a stone egg that weighed millions of pounds around all day, right? Let's find a place to study it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared. An hour later, in a quiet place thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the half of the spear. After studying it carefully, he found that the half of the spear had no other reaction except that it was extremely hard. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He put away the spear and took out the withered branch. The withered branch was as black as ink, as if it had been burnt. There was no aura of life. However, it had one thing in common with the spear. It was extremely hard. No matter what Lu Ming did, he could not leave a mark on it. It was just a withered branch, but it was so extraordinary. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept it carefully. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Finally, he took out the stone egg. After sensing it carefully, there was indeed a weak aura of life. It was very faint. If he did not sense it carefully, he would not have noticed it. What on earth was in there? Was it really an egg? Or was there a living creature sealed inside? Lu Ming guessed, letting his imagination run wild. Let's inject true qi and see. Then Lu Ming injected true qi into the stone egg, but there was no effect. Then he took out spiritual herbs and spiritual crystals, refined the essence inside, and injected it into the stone egg. Still there was no change. Chapter 373. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only give up. I'd better comprehend the heavenly palm. Lu Ming memorized a trace of Heaven's Gate's aura in his mind, and used it to corroborate with the heavenly palm to comprehend the heavenly palm. This cultivation was indeed very effective. Lu Ming's comprehension of the heavenly palm deepened greatly. Although it was impossible to cultivate it successfully in a short period of time, as long as he persevered, Lu Ming believed that it would not be long before he succeeded. A few hours later, Lu Ming continued to move and rushed towards the Myriad Star City according to the map. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Thousand River region and came to another region. This region was called the Eight Desolation Swamp region. The Eight Desolation Swamp region, as its name suggested, was filled with swamps of various sizes. The small ones were like ponds, while the large ones spanned tens of thousands of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles. In the swamps, there were all kinds of creatures, most of which were poisonous. Similarly, in the Eight Desolation Swamp region, there were also martial artists who established kingdoms. Most of them cultivated poisonous techniques, and their overall strength was even stronger than the Thousand River region. Lu Ming flew in the air, secretly amazed by the wonders of nature. Just like that, Lu Ming hurried along. When he was tired or felt something, he would stop to cultivate. Sometimes he comprehended the heavenly palm, sometimes he comprehended the force of wind and fire, and sometimes he comprehended the second step of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. Therefore his speed was not very fast. A journey that would have taken a month took him more than 2 months, almost 3 months. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, there were still 5 days before the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. Along the way, his comprehension of the heavenly palm deepened day by day, and he was not far from succeeding. In addition, the force of wind had also broken through and reached the limit of greater mastery. It was on par with the force of fire, but it was still very difficult to break through to perfection. The slowest progress was the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. He still had not succeeded in cultivating the second step. This is the Myriad Star City. When Lu Ming stood at the foot of an incomparably huge mountain and looked up at the sky, he was extremely shocked. What appeared in front of him was an incomparably huge mountain that occupied at least a few hundred miles. This mountain was different from an ordinary mountain. The base of a normal mountain peak was the widest. The higher one went, the narrower the peak would be. However, the mountain peak was like a stone stick. The foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain, and the peak were all the same width. It towered straight into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and disappeared into the clouds. And the Myriad Star City was built on this mountain peak. However, this was not what shocked Lu Ming. What shocked Lu Ming was the size of Myriad Star City. The area of the Myriad Star City was more than 10 times larger than the area of this mountain. This mountain was only a small part of the middle of the Myriad Star City. Most of the area of the Myriad Star City was suspended in the air, which was thousands of miles wide. The mountain peak and the Myriad Star City were like an umbrella. The mountain peak was the pole, and the Myriad Star City was the umbrella. The Myriad Star City, which was thousands of miles long and wide, covered the sky and the sun, casting a large shadow on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He discovered that on top of the steep mountain, there were many suspension bridges. Those were for people below the martial ancestor realm to get on and off. Wuzongs could directly fly in. Lu Ming soared into the air and flew towards the Myriad Star City. The closer he got to the Myriad Star City, the more he felt the majesty of the city. The surrounding city walls, which were thousands of meters tall, were pitch black. Densely packed inscriptions were carved on them. There were no soldiers guarding the city walls. However, there was an incomparably horrifying aura spreading out. It was only one side of the city walls, but Lu Ming could already feel hundreds of powerful auras. These auras were so strong that each one was not weaker than the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire, like Yan Quan and Lin Shui. Half-step kings. These auras were actually all half-step kings. Among them, there were a few auras that were as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. They were majestic, many times stronger than half-step kings. Lu Ming only sensed a little, and he felt a horrifying pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. King-level aura. These are definitely peerless martial king experts. Lu Ming was astonished. At the same time, he was also astonished. The Myriad Star City was indeed worthy of being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Its strength was simply too strong. It was said that the entire Myriad Star City was built by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's peerless experts. This was only one side of the city wall. Compared to the entire Myriad Star City, it was nothing. However, it was already so horrifying. This is the stage for experts. The Blazing Sun Empire is too small. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes sparkled, filled with battle intent. Then he flew toward one of the gates of the Myriad Star City. There was no one guarding the gate. There was only an inscription array platform. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Star City, they had to pass through the array platform. If an enemy of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace entered, the array platform would sense it. There were many people coming and going at the gate. It was very lively. Of course, those who could enter and leave were all martial masters. After entering the gate, Xiaochen arrived at an extremely wide street. The street was 100 meters wide. There were all kinds of rare beasts and martial masters on the street. Most of them were young people. A portion of them were middle-aged and some were old men and women. As the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards approached, the geniuses and experts from all over the eastern part of the Tianxian region gathered. Naturally, there were more people. Experts, they were all experts. Lu Ming casually sensed and realized that the people on the street were all experts. Many of the middle-aged and old men were at least in the 8th or 9th stage of the martial ancestor realm. There were even many half-step kings. Half-step kings were the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire. They were unparalleled. In the intermediate empires, half-step kings were also the overlords. However, they were no longer the strongest. Intermediate empires had kings. In the advanced empires, half-step kings were nothing. They were only peak experts. In a place like the Myriad Star City, half-step kings were only ordinary experts. Only kings were the true experts. As for the young men and women on the street, they were all dragons and phoenixes. They were in high spirits and full of confidence. Every one of them had a powerful aura. Even the weakest one was stronger than Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. These were all geniuses from all over the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Those who could come here were all geniuses who had passed the preliminaries. None of them were weak. Lu Ming looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings. Soon after, he found a shop and asked the shopkeeper about the location of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper thought for a long time before remembering the location of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The reason was that the Cloud Emperor mountain range was too small. Therefore, he didn't have a deep impression of it. Lu Ming followed the shopkeeper's directions and spent more than an hour to find the Cloud Emperor mountain range's courtyard. Every region in the Myriad Star City had a courtyard. It was managed by the elder of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in that region. It was convenient for the geniuses of that region to gather. The courtyard was quite big, enough for thousands of people to live in. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard and registered. Naturally, someone led him to his room. Chapter 374. In the courtyard, Lu Ming realized that a portion of the Cloud Emperor mountain range's geniuses had already arrived. For example, Su Yingying, Wang Kai and the others. On top of that, Lu Ming also saw Yang Liuji and Fei Xuan, Blue Cloud and the others. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If he had the chance, Lu Ming wouldn't mind killing them all. However, Jian Fengyan, Prince Tianxi, Qiu Changkong and the others were nowhere to be seen. After taking a look around, Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. A few 100,000 li away from the Myriad Star City, there was a cultivation sacred ground called the 100 Deities Slope. At this moment, Qiu Changkong walked out from the 100 Deities Slope with messy hair. His aura was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming, Let's see how you're going to die this time. Qiu Changkong said in a cold voice, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Also, Jian Fengyan of the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, it's time to give up the first place. Qiu Changkong had been cultivating at the 100 Deities slope for a few months, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Even his force had broken through to the Great Circle. Whoosh! An old man suddenly appeared beside Qiu Changkong. Master! Qiu Changkong immediately bowed respectfully. Changkong, although your cultivation is good, you're still not considered top-notch among the geniuses in the Tianxian region. There are still many uncertainties in joining the Empyrean Divine Guards. The old man said. There are so many geniuses in the Tianxian region? Qiu Changkong asked in disbelief. With his current cultivation and battle strength, he wasn't even considered top-notch? The Tianxian region's east is vast and your generation is considered a golden age. Geniuses are popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It's hard to stand out. The old man sighed and said, however, don't be discouraged. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. Some people are stronger than you only because they have more resources than you and their cultivation is deeper than you. You won't be weaker than them in a battle of the same level. As long as your cultivation is higher, you might be able to compete with them. The location of the trial is most likely the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. I know of a secret place in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield that contains great fortunate encounters. If you are able to find the fortunate encounter there, your cultivation will improve tremendously, and it's not impossible for you to become one of the top geniuses of the eastern region of the Tianxian region. After saying that, a jade talisman appeared in the elder's hand. He passed it to Qiu Changkong and said, the information about that secret place is in this jade talisman. Take it and have a look. Changkong thanks master. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. He took the jade talisman and knelt on the ground respectfully, kowtowing to the elder to thank him. Go on. Show off your abilities in the selection of the Tian Divine Guards. The old man said with a smile. Yes. Qiu Changkong expressed his gratitude. He then moved and headed towards the Myriad Star City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Cloud Emperor's courtyard was bustling with activity. Almost all the geniuses who had passed the preliminaries had arrived. Jian Fengyan, Prince Tianxi, Qiu Changkong and the others had all shown up. However, Xian Yinqing had yet to arrive. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Previously, Xian Yinqing had said that he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion, and would rush over to the Myriad Star City. There were still 2 days before the start of the selection, and Xian Yinqing had yet to arrive. Could he have been delayed by something? Although Lu Ming was worried, there was nothing he could do but wait. On this day, the leader of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, old Lu Xiu, gathered everyone together and announced some matters regarding the selection. The selection would be held in an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was called the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. It was considered a plain, and was a secret place under the control of the Tian Divine Palace. It was filled with dangers and opportunities. There were 3 months of free time inside. In these 3 months, one's overall ability would be tested. This included one's wisdom, courage, combat strength, and opportunities. Opportunities were one's luck. Luck was also one of the most important factors for a martial artist. 3 months later, they would exit from the final exit. There were many checkpoints at the exit to filter out the reserve Tian Divine Guards, and the official Tian Divine Guards. The Tian Divine Guards would be selected once every 5 years. The location of the selection was different every time, but it was filled with opportunities and dangers. According to Lu Xiu, the Dongming Ancient Battlefield had not been used for the selection of Tian Divine Guards for 100 years. He had no idea what would happen inside. After the announcement, Lu Xiu allowed them to move freely and gather in 2 days. In the following time, they went to various bookstores in the Myriad Star City to look for books that recorded the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. They wanted to know more about the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. The more they knew, the more confident they would be. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming felt anxious and worried. Something must have happened to Xian Yinqing. Otherwise, she would have definitely come and missed the selection of Ditian divine guards. However, Lu Ming did not know where Xian Yanqing had gone. Otherwise, he could have gone to look for her. Let's not worry about that for now. Xian Yanqing is someone who will not be taken advantage of. She might not be in trouble. Let's finish the selection of Ditian divine guards first. Lu Ming pondered. On this day, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range gathered in a courtyard of the Cloud Emperor's residence. Out of the 97 people, only Xian Yanqing was missing. Everyone else had arrived. Lu Xiao glanced around and did not say anything. It was normal for there to be fewer people. All right, I'm sure all of you are clear about the rules of the selection. However, let me reiterate. The 3 months in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield are especially important. The Dongming Ancient Battlefield is an ancient land from the primordial era. It is vast and boundless. It is filled with danger, but it is also filled with opportunities. Some people can soar to the sky in these 3 months. Some people will become stepping stones for others and be killed. According to my experience, it is best for all of you to work together after entering the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. This is the safest way. Take these 10,000 miles sound transmitting talismans. Each of you will have one. You can communicate with each other in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Lu Xiao took out the 10,000 miles sound transmitting talismans and distributed them to everyone. Thank you, Elder Lu. Everyone thanked Lu Xiao. You don't have to thank me. I only hope that more of you can join the Ditian Divine Guards. The better your results, the more rewards I will receive. Lu Xiao was very direct and spoke his intentions. This made everyone have a better impression of Lu Xiao. Alright, let's set off now. The entrance to the Dongming Ancient Battlefield is 100,000 miles north of Myriad Star City. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Everyone followed him out of the northern city gate and headed north. At this moment, the situation was the same everywhere in Myriad Star City. Groups of geniuses soared into the sky and headed north. The small number of people was around 100, and there were even dozens of people. The large number of people was in the thousands. Chapter 375. A journey of 100,000 miles was merely a few hours for everyone. The East Ocean Stone Peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw a boundless stone forest. The area was made up of countless stone peaks, and each peak was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the East Ocean Ancient Battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance has not opened yet. Lu Xiao explained. The group stopped not far away from the stone peaks, and looked at them from afar. At this moment, Shifeng's surroundings were densely packed with people. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiao, you're early. How many trash have you brought this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a large group of people flew towards them. There were a lot of people and Lu Ming saw at least 600 to 700 of them. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group stopped not far away from Lu Ming, and the skinny middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiao mockingly. Zhao Sui, it's you? Lu Xiao's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. Haha, what's wrong? Lu Xiao, you don't welcome me? Well, every time you lead the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to the Ditian Divine Guard selection, you've failed miserably. The Cloud Emperor mountain range has not had anyone join the Ditian Divine Guard selection for 2 consecutive years. Compared to the Qianjiang water region, it's a terrible sight. The skinny man, Zhao Sui, laughed mockingly. Lu Xiao's face darkened. However, Zhao Sui obviously did not want to give up. He looked at the people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect so many people from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to pass the preliminaries. Let me see how many there are. TSK, there's still 97 of you. Compared to the 689 people from the Qianjiang water region, there's only a difference of 500 to 600. Also, Lu Xiao, aren't you too cruel? These 97 people should be all the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. If all of them die in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield, the Cloud Emperor mountain range will fall even further. Zhao Sui's triangular eyes scanned the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, full of mockery. Zhao Sui, Lu Xiao's face was extremely ugly. The faces of the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range turned ugly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of trash actually dares to think that they can pass the selection of the Dtion divine guards. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and are indulging in wild fantasies. In the Thousand Rivers region, some youths also laughed mockingly. The youths from the Qianjiang water region looked at the Cloud Emperor mountain range with disdain. Damn it! Young Master Heavenly Snake, Blue Cloud, Taoist Tao, and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they endure such contempt? They all gritted their teeth. Kid, it's you? Haha, I finally found you. Suddenly, an enraged roar could be heard from within the water domain. A young man flew out, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Li Qiushui. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed like the other party had already discovered him. Li Qiushui, what are you doing? You ran away so quickly the last time. Are you thanking me for not killing you this time? Lu Ming said with a smile. Kid, you deserve to die. Let's see who can save you this time. Li Qiushui roared. Oh, you can come and try then. Lu Ming looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Junior brother, is the kid you're talking about the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? At this moment, a young man in a blue robe walked out from behind Li Qiushui and asked indifferently. Senior brother Jiang, that's right. It's him. Not only did he use despicable means to snatch the treasures that I obtained from the Heaven Gate, he even plotted against me and injured me. Li Qiushui said loudly. Despicable means? Plotting against you? Hearing such words, Lu Ming wanted to laugh. Li Qiushui was too shameless. Lu Ming had defeated him head-on, but he said that he had plotted against him. You're indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You only know how to plot against me. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths time to hand over the treasures that junior brother Li Qiushui obtained from the Heaven Gate. Then kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. If so, I'll only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly, speaking as if he was giving alms. When is the Dongming battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood now that I've been surrounded by a few dogs barking at me. Lu Ming simply ignored senior brother Jiang and swept his gaze across the stone peaks. Senior brother Jiang's face turned pale. Lu Ming dared to ignore him. He was digging his own grave. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A perfect aura was formed. Together with his powerful cultivation, it formed a strong pressure that spread across the entire place. At the Cloud Emperor mountain range, other than Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiu, everyone was shocked. Senior brother Jiang's strength was terrifying. The feeling that he gave off was comparable to Prince Tianqi, who was ranked second on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he looked at senior brother Jiang. Kid, go to hell. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior brother Jiang's face darkened. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He was fearless. With his current strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Clang. At this moment, a sword chime was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun. Senior brother Jiang's face turned solemn when he saw Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun had once roamed the Thousand River region, and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range that he was wary of, and that was Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chun, today is the day of the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Why? Aren't you afraid of offending the big shots of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace by fighting here? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Haha, Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, I won't just leave a scar on your face like the previous time. I'll take your life. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard from the Thousand River region. A handsome young man walked out. Jian Fengyun's face turned solemn when he saw the young man. Back when he was roaming the Thousand River region, he was injured by this person. This person was the 18th genius in the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves and was defeated in one move. That was then. Now I'll win. Jian Fingyun's eyes were like two divine swords that were filled with confidence. Win. What a joke! The handsome young man sneered in disdain. A great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui looked on coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. On the other hand, Lu Xiu's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the geniuses of the Thousand River region were like eggs hitting a rock. There was no way to compare, and the outcome would be miserable. Chapter 376. Boom. Boom. At this moment, several terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were as unfathomable as the ocean. Everyone was shocked as they looked up and saw 4 figures appear in the sky above the stone peaks. These 4 figures were standing in 4 different directions of the stone peak. Each of them was shining with a bright light. Some were gold, some were red, and some were blue. They couldn't see their real bodies, but their auras were too shocking. Kings, they are kings. The kings have appeared. The entrance to the Dongming ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone eased. Wang. Wang. The 4 kings made their moves. Rays of bright light shot out from their hands and entered the stone peaks. At this moment, the stone peaks glowed and countless inscriptions flashed. Kid, you better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if we don't kill you now, you will die once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored him. Li Qiushui's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield, just kill him. Not only do we have to kill him, we have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range until they surrender. Jiang Chun said with a cold smile. That's right, that's what I want. It's time to let these barbarians know how powerful we are. The handsome young man said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range were shocked. There were so many people in the Qianjiang water zone and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the Dongming ancient battlefield would be in danger. Damn it, it's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji roared in his heart. He wasn't strong enough and would be in trouble if he encountered the experts of the Qianjiang water zone. Go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see at the Dongming ancient battlefield. At this moment, Zhao Sui laughed coldly and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone glanced at them unkindly and followed Zhao Sui to the side. Wang. At this moment, the countless stone peaks shone even brighter. Countless inscriptions appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open. The 4 martial emperors uttered a roar. Suddenly, the formation condensed, and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This whirlpool was incomparably huge. It covered the boundless stone peak and was incomparably boundless. This is the entrance to the eastern underworld ancient battlefield? It's too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. All right, the Dongming ancient battlefield has opened. You can enter now. An imperious voice came out from one of the emperors. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, all of you should try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the Dongming ancient battlefield, you will have a higher chance of being teleported to a close distance. Lu Xiu instructed. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt the sky and earth spinning. Lu Ming and the others disappeared without a trace. Kill! Lu Ming began to feel the sky and earth spinning. In the next moment, earth-shattering shouts rang in his ears. Lu Ming's eyes swept over, and his pupils rapidly shrank in shock. In front of him, countless figures were crisscrossing in the sky. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom. Large hands blotted out the sky. Sword chi cut through the sky. Spear light pierced through heaven and earth. Flames burned everything. Strong, too strong. Countless experts that Lu Ming could not imagine were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. Incomparably powerful experts were killed one after another. Their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this? Lu Ming was shocked. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. This sword light seemed to come from the depths of the universe. Space was torn apart. It was boundlessly terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was insignificant in front of this sword light. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long cry. He was unwilling to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom! He felt his vision turn black. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. There was a gentle breeze, and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nostrils. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland. The grassland was filled with wild flowers. The terrifying battlefield just now had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? This place is called the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene back then. Lu Ming guessed. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen the scene just now. It was condensed from an immortal battle intent. It flowed between heaven and earth, and even time couldn't decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the Dongming Ancient Battlefield is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It was separated from the original world, and was condensed by the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment his expression changed. A 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a message from Jian Fengyan. He had gathered the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range at a place. It's in the north. If I can receive the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He intended to act alone. However, since it wasn't far away, there was no harm in taking a look. He soared into the air and headed north. He arrived at a distance of less than 10,000 miles in an instant. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. When Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. They were Blue Cloud, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're courting death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but there's no need to worry about the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Blue Cloud said. Yan Feishuan and the others' voices were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just a few pieces of trash? Ridiculous. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that you're stronger than me just because your score was higher than mine in the preliminaries. Now I'll let you know my true strength. Great Sun Divine Fist. Yan Feishuan roared. His fist was glowing as he threw out a punch. A resplendent sun appeared and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's Great Sun Divine Fist. Boom. Lu Ming was very direct. He swept out his long spear and merged the power of wind and fire. Puff. Yan Feishuan's Great Sun Divine Fist was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear light did not stop and blasted on Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed as his body flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with horror. You dare to say that you're strong? Chapter 377. There was a dead silence. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming is too strong, right? During the qualifiers, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it wasn't by much. Their combat strength should be at the same level. Now Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood. How could they be at the same level? Blue Cloud Dao's face froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he couldn't injure Yan Feishuan in one move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength is above his? How is that possible? Yang Liuji's face was pale. His eyes were wide open and he almost peed in his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength is too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've just arrived and you've injured your own people, reducing the strength of our Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Blue Cloud Dao rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of Qianjiang Water Region, and you're making us the scapegoat. I suggest that Lu Ming leave the team. The person that Qianjiang Water Region wants is Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming isn't here, the people of Qianjiang Water Region shouldn't make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Blue Cloud Dao, shouted. Since they can't beat Lu Ming, they'll use force to suppress Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Blue Cloud Dao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming unkindly. They felt that Blue Cloud Dao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hehe, you want me to leave? Even if you don't say anything, I'll leave. But before I leave, I'll kill a few of you. Lu Ming sneered. Swish. Lu Ming stabbed his spear towards Blue Cloud Dao. Spear light burst out. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Blue Cloud. A jet black sword light slashed out and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Boom. Qi energy shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps. Young Master Tianxi. The person who suddenly attacked was Young Master Sky Snake. Young Master Tianxi's face was gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You did something wrong and implicated others. Now you actually want to kill people. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. Seems like you want to meddle in other people's business? Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean by meddling in other people's business? Brother Lan is my best friend. Moreover, he's right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tianxi said sinisterly. Reptile, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming exuded a powerful aura. What did you say? You're courting death. Young Master Tianxi emitted a cold murderous intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it. Young Master Tianxi exuded a terrifying aura. He was much stronger than Blue Cloud Dao and the rest. Young Master Tian, she was ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, and could compete with Jian Fengyan. He was definitely not someone Blue Cloud Dao could compare to. His combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not his match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was not his match, it was impossible for young Master Tianxi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Leaving him alive will only cause our deaths. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this time, Blue Cloud Dao shouted to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right. I agree with Brother Lan. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. I agree too. More than 10 people stood out one after another. Together with young Master Tianxi and Blue Cloud Dao, they formed a powerful force and pressed down on Lu Ming. Among them, there was a genius like Ji Ruffing who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. However, there were also some people who stood still. Haha, Lu Ming, you have become the public enemy. Surrender now. Blue Cloud Dao sneered. Do you think you can kill me with just the likes of you? Lu Ming Dao sneered. He was not afraid at all. Everyone. At this time, Jian Fengyan walked out and frowned. The incident at Qianjiang Water Region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. Qianjiang Water Region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they will not show mercy to us. Why? Jian Fengyan, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tianxi asked. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just speaking the truth. Jian Fengyan Dao frowned even more. Hehe, Jian Fengyan, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then there is no way for us to work together. Let's leave. Young Master Tianxi said coldly. Hehe. At this time, Lu Ming Dao sneered. His gaze swept over young Master Tianxi, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said, Didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I will kill all of you. Today, Lu Ming Dao wanted to kill Blue Cloud Dao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to eliminate future troubles. However, with young Master Tianxi's interference, it would be difficult. Moreover, Lu Ming Dao estimated that Jian Fengyan Dao would intervene if a battle were to break out. Jian Fengyan Dao would not be biased, but with his interference, it would be impossible to kill Blue Cloud Dao and the others. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to leave first and raise his cultivation and battle strength. The next time he would kill Blue Cloud Dao and young Master Tianxi. There's also Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming Dao swept his gaze around, but he did not see Qiu Changkong's figure. It seemed like Qiu Changkong did not teleport nearby. Next time. You're the one who will die. Young Master Tianxi sneered. He also wanted to kill Lu Mingdao, but with Jian Fengyun Dao's interference, he knew that it was impossible. Is that so? Lu Mingdao sneered and his figure flashed as he quickly left the place. Seeing Lu Mingdao leave, young Master Tianxi blew Cloud Dao, and the others sneered. The night in the Dongming ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Lu Mingdao, let's see how you're going to survive alone. You still want to have a next time? Dream on. Blue Cloud Dao laughed loudly in his heart. Swoosh. Lu Mingdao soared into the sky, and was already 10,000 miles away in a short moment. I must find a way to raise my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the Dongming ancient battlefield, where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Mingdao pondered. This area was full of life, unlike the desolate and deathly silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels, so Lu Mingdao had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before nightfall. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Lu Mingdao frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the records of the Dongming ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Dongming ancient battlefield would become very strange and dangerous at night. Lu Mingdao continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. Ancient trees towered over the vast mountain, and the roars of beasts were continuous. Lu Mingdao did not stop and flew over the mountain. Caw! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A huge strange bird rushed out from the forest, flapping its wings and creating gusts of wind. A pair of sharp iron claws grabbed at Lu Mingdao. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast. Chapter 378. A Class 7 LV4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster LV7 martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air, and pierced the strange bird's chest. The strange bird cried out. A large hole was blasted open in its chest. It was completely devoid of life as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward, and controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the blood essence of the strange bird. At the same time he split open the strange bird's body and took out a monster pill. Lu Ming would not miss the monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed the monster pill, and began to refine it. A part of the blood essence and monster pill's energy was converted into genuine qi. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at martial arts grandmaster LV5. The blood essence and monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast were of limited use to him. There seems to be high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, there was a loud roar. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads dashed out of the forest and pounced on Lu Ming. After a while, the tiger's blood essence and monster pill were converted into Lu Ming's genuine qi. The forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 or 6 hours, but he still could not fly out of the forest. In the process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen Class 7 and 8 LV4 demonic beasts, and refined their blood essence and monster pills. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the early stage of martial arts Grandmaster LV5. He had not reached the middle stage of martial arts Grandmaster LV5. Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the sun had set and night had begun to fall. Since the sun had set, the forest had become quiet. There was no sound at all. Other than the sound of the wind, all other living creatures seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all other living creatures had disappeared at once. Heaven and earth were silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest. Not even a single insect could be seen. Lu Ming advanced through the forest, his gaze sweeping the area. After a while he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped demonic beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering in fear. Lu Ming frowned as he left the underground cavern and continued forward. At some point in time, the sky was filled with thick dark clouds, and the world was plunged into darkness. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. Huff huff, gusts of cold wind blew past, and it was especially eerie. Lu Ming frowned. With a flicker, he landed on a large tree and observed his surroundings. JJ, suddenly, a series of strange cries rang out in the distance. The cries seemed to be coming closer and closer, as if they were rushing towards Lu Ming. Ga. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many things. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did you go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Huff huff. A gust of cold wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Chi. A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree that Lu Ming had just landed on. The big tree was directly cut in two and fell to the ground. Chi. The strange cries rang out again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die for me. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear. But Lu Ming felt that the long spear swept out, as if it was sweeping the air, and there was no place to exert force. In the next moment, a cold force attacked from behind Lu Ming. Swish. In an instant, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in human form. Their facial features couldn't be seen clearly. They were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. These damn things can't be real ghosts, can they? Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless creatures had died in the past. Blood flowed like rivers, and resentment filled the sky. It was possible for ghosts and evil creatures like ghosts to be born. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz. An inexplicable vibration spread out. A terrifying force erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Vaguely, there was even the sound of a dragon's roar. Ga. Those black ghosts seemed to be very frightened. They let out ear-piercing and unpleasant cries. But under the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, they instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. It seems that the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps has a miraculous effect on these damn things. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It made sense. Dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was named after the 9 dragons stomping the sky. It naturally contained the will of the 9 dragons. With one step, the evil spirits retreated and the ghosts dissipated. Ga. But these black ghosts were defeated. The ear-piercing cries came from afar again. More spirits were charging towards them. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming took a step forward and quickly flew into the distance. In the pitch-black world, the strange cries continued. Lu Ming looked around. There were black shadows flying everywhere. It was like a group of demons dancing. Chi. A few spirits flew toward Lu Ming, emitting beams of cold and sinister energy. Boom. Lu Ming swept out with his spear. 100-meter-long spear light shattered the cold forces and scattered the ghosts at the same time. But in the next moment, those ghosts gathered together again. However, they seem to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. Using force to attack still has some effect. It's just that the effect is not as good. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swish. Swish. Then he swept out 2 more times. The thick spear light blasted out, containing the powerful force of wind and fire. The ghosts were scattered again. When they gathered again, they were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past. There were more ghosts blocking his way. Lu Ming scattered them in the same way. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire. If it was just one force, even if it was perfect, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, although the effect was good, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not use it unless it was necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming rushed forward. But after 100 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. Kacha kacha. In front of him, there was actually a group of soldiers in iron armor. However, the iron armor on each soldier was tattered and full of saber and sword marks. It was full of the aura of time. Every soldier held a large black iron sword in their hands, and they were filled with fighting spirit. But the terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see the faces of each soldier. At a glance, it was a black fog. In the place where their eyes were, there were two scarlet lights. Are these the legendary ghost soldiers? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The group of ghost soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it is said to be extremely dangerous at night. Chapter 379. Just like that, Lu Ming moved forward very slowly. After a few hours, Lu Ming had only traveled a few thousand miles. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front of him, as well as the strange cry of the spirits. Someone was besieged by the spirits. Lu Ming's figure flashed and approached, only to find that it was a young man and a young woman who were surrounded by more than a dozen black spirits. The young man and woman were both at the early stage of the 5th level. They were considered geniuses and could fight across 2 levels. But among the geniuses who came in this time, they were considered inferior. At this time, they were surrounded by danger, and their bodies were covered with wounds, which were obviously caused by the black spirits. "Little sister, go quickly, I'll hold them back," the young man shouted. "Big brother, if you want to go, you go, I'll hold them back," the young woman also shouted. However, with their combat strength and great accomplishment, the damage to the spirits was minimal, and they couldn't break away from the encirclement of the black spirits. The two of them rushed left and right, but it was useless. Instead, they attracted more spirits. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you," the young man roared, holding his saber and slashing wildly. But it was useless. Those spirits were cut apart and condensed again, not shrinking much. Instead, there were a few more wounds on his body. "Big brother." The young woman screamed in despair. "Little sister, go." The young man ignored her and continued to attack those spirits. But everything was in vain. Just when the two of them were in despair. Boom. In the distance, spears shot out and pierced the bodies of those specters. In an instant, those specters were scattered. The young man and woman were stunned at first, then ecstatically rushed out together, and escaped the encirclement of the spirits. In the next moment, those spirits condensed again, but their size was much smaller. "They're so small." The young man and woman were extremely shocked. Both of them were in the middle stage of the great accomplishment, but the effect was extremely weak when attacking these spirits. But the spear light just now made the spirits shrink by a lot. The power contained in the spear light was simply incredible. Even if it was in the perfect stage, it was impossible to have such power. The two of them hurriedly looked in the direction of the spear light. A young figure strode over. He was ridiculously young, not even 20 years old. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. Ga. At this moment, the specters rushed towards Lu Ming's group. "Not good. Brother, run." The young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted. "If I don't get rid of these specters, I'll be able to leave, but you won't be able to," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Solve? This kind of specter is simply difficult to deal with. Brother, I beg you, please save my little sister and leave." "I will hold back these specters," the young man shouted anxiously. He raised his saber and was about to step forward. "No, we're leaving together," the young woman also shouted. "Little sister, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave," the young man roared. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Saber light slashed out and cut the spirits in half. However, it was useless. The spirits recovered and continued to attack. "Let's go," the young man shouted. "Your little sister is right. If we're leaving together." At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly stepped out. Boom. A terrifying force spread out in front of him. Bam, bam, bam. The dozen or so specters exploded one after another like balloons. After they exploded, they couldn't condense at all. They directly turned into energy and dissipated. The young man and woman were stunned. A single kick had destroyed the specters, and they couldn't condense at all. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this? How could it be so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a perfect force wouldn't have much effect. Those exceptional geniuses with high cultivation would most likely die if they were to face these specters alone. Only those exceptional geniuses who had comprehended a trace of intent through force would be able to quickly kill these specters. However, there weren't many of such geniuses in the entire Tianxian region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, such a person could be called a half-king as long as his cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor realm 9th level. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could this young man who wasn't even 20 years old be that kind of genius? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their days and took the lead to fly to the front. The young man and woman hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming saved the two of them wasn't because he was merciful. He just felt that the two of them had a deep sibling relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they didn't encounter too many specters, there wouldn't be any problems. The three of them moved forward and time slowly passed. 5 to 6 hours later, the sky began to brighten. Purple chi came from the east and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sunlight appeared, the specters between heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Soon after, the cries of insects and the roars of beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them let out a sigh of relief and were inwardly amazed. This Dongming ancient battlefield was truly mysterious. Brother, I am Song Yu, and this is my younger sister Song Jing. Thank you for saving us this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed towards Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I just happened to be passing by and helped you along the way. Lu Ming smiled and said, no matter what, we will remember brother's kindness in our hearts. Oh right, may I know brother's name? Song Yu cupped his fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming without speaking. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. So it's brother Lu. Song Yu clasped his fists again. I don't know what you two are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it's not good for you two to be outside at night. Lu Ming asked. The two of us were unlucky. When we were teleported in, we were separated from the people in our area. We didn't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we could reach it, it was already dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city in front? Lu Ming asked. One of our family elders went to the Dongming ancient battlefield to participate in the selection 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city in front. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Chapter 380. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to stay in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to cultivate at night. Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed to see Lu Ming agree. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed in a flash. After tens of thousands of miles, they finally walked out of the forest. After the forest, there was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours. Finally, a small city appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The city wasn't big, only a few miles in radius. There are people on the city wall. Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the others also saw it. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. There were about a dozen people standing on the city wall. Outside the city, there were 1 or 2 people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall. However, they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. Swoosh, swoosh. However, when the three of them approached the city, several sharp sword chis shot towards the three of them. The three of their expressions changed. They stopped abruptly and avoided the sword chi. Their expressions were ugly as they stared at the city wall. The sword chi just now came from the city wall. What are you doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city? Song Yu shouted. Hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spirit crystals each. A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was dressed in a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen young men on the city wall were dressed in the same way. They wore black robes with skeletons on them, and were obviously from the same force. 10 million spirit crystals? You're clearly taking advantage of the situation. Song Yu shouted. Robbery? Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refuge fee. You can take refuge in the city after paying the spirit crystals. The black-robed skeleton-like man smiled faintly. Why? This city is a public place. Why should we pay you a refuge fee? Below the city wall, there were two other young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the others. They shouted at this moment. Why? Because we're stronger, and we're disciples of the Serene Demon Palace. Hurry up and pay. If you don't pay, get lost. If you don't, you'll end up like that. The black-robed young man shouted coldly as he pointed a finger into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw several corpses. They were all youths. Those who paid the spiritual crystals have all gone in to rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and tried to force their way in will end up like them. The black-robed skeleton shouted coldly. The faces of the two young men, Song Yu and Song Jing, were extremely ugly. The disciples of the Serene Devil Palace were too overbearing. Moreover, the dozen or so Serene Devil Palace disciples all exuded powerful auras. There were 13 people in total, and 6 of them were emitting auras of the peak 5th layer martial ancestor realm. The other 7 were all 6th layer martial ancestor realm experts. 2 of them even emitted peak 6th layer martial ancestor realm auras. Those who could enter the Dark East ancient battlefield were all geniuses. At the very least, they could fight opponents 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest of them could be ranked on the Cloud Emperor ranking list in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th layer martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Blue Cloud. As for Song Yu and Song Jing, they were only at the early stage of the 5th layer martial ancestor realm. The other 2 youths were only at the late stage of the 5th layer martial ancestor realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should they retreat or advance? If they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night. There might even be other eerie things. Death was the only way out. However, if they were to advance, they would have to pay 10 million spiritual crystals each. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for genius martial ancestor realm experts like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt them greatly. We'll pay. The other 2 youths hesitated for a moment before they finally made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and each took out a storage ring and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeleton checked the storage ring and said with a satisfied smile, "At least you know what's good for you. Go in." The 2 youths flew into the city with ugly expressions. "We'll pay too," Song Yu said with a sigh. "Pay. I've never had the habit of giving spiritual crystals to others for free." At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His words naturally reached the black-robed skeleton's ears. The black-robed skeleton who had been talking previously looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, if you're not going to pay, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you." He could see the cultivation levels of Song Yu, Song Jing, and Lu Ming. They were all trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm, and he did not take them seriously. Get lost? You're the ones who should get lost. Now get lost. I want this city. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did Lu Ming just say? He wanted the people from the Serene Demon Palace to get lost? He wanted to take over the city? Crazy, crazy. This brat must be crazy. Even Song Yu and Song Jing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Was he going to fight the people from the Serene Demon Palace? It was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful, and was even stronger than a perfected force, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, Even if he was an extremely rare Battle 3 talent, he would not be a match for the people from the Serene Demon Palace. There was actually a popular name for those geniuses who could fight beyond their level. They were called Battle 3 talents. For example, those who could fight beyond 1 level were called Battle 1 talents. Those who could fight beyond 2 levels were called Battle 2 talents. Those who could fight beyond 3 levels were called Battle 3 talents. Of course, this referred to fighting beyond one's level in the martial ancestor realm. For other realms, they were not called that. Most of the peerless geniuses were Battle 2 talents. Those who could surpass Battle 2 talents were few and far between. As for those who could reach the level of Battle 3, that was even rarer than phoenix feathers and qilin horns. For example, Blue Cloud said Li Qiushui, and even Prince Sky Snake were between Battle 2 and Battle 3. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyan might be a Battle 3 talent. Brat, what did you say? The black-robed skeleton thought he had heard wrongly. I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated himself. Ha, you told us to get lost? You're just trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. Today you're dead meat. Even if you're a Battle 3 talent, you'll still die today. Kill him. The black-robed skeleton waved his hand. Die. Immediately, a disciple from the Serene Demon Palace flew out, and a sharp sword light pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. This youth was at the peak of martial ancestor realm 5th level, and was a Battle 2 talent. Unless Lu Ming was a Battle 3 talent, he would definitely die. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear light shot out. Puff. The spear light pierced through the chest of the youth from the Serene Demon Palace. The youth from the Serene Demon Palace screamed, and his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stabbed into the city wall. Chapter 381. What? How is this possible? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. The commotion had alerted the people in the city. 7 or 8 people flew into the sky to observe the battle. It was obvious that they had paid 10 million spiritual crystals to enter the city. How dare you? The black-robed skeleton roared. The eyes of the other youths from the Serene Demon Palace turned cold as a powerful aura burst out from their bodies and suppressed Lu Ming. To be able to kill a peak 5th layer martial ancestor realm World War II genius with a single strike, he was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Brat, how dare you kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace? Even if you're a Battle 3 genius, you will die today. One of the youths from the Serene Demon Palace yelled coldly. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying and had reached the peak 6th layer martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeleton who had been talking were the strongest among the youths from the Serene Demon Palace. Is that so? Let's see who will kill who then. Holding the spear in one hand, Lu Ming walked toward the city step by step. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The black-robed skeleton waved his hand. Instantly, the youths from the Serene Demon Palace roared as their figures flashed rapidly. Their bodies emitted a black glow as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Even an ordinary expert of the early stage 9th layer martial ancestor realm would be blasted into pieces in an instant. Not to mention that Lu Ming was a Battle 3 genius. Even if he was a Battle 4 genius, he would still die. However, was it possible for him to be a Battle 4 genius? However, they would never have imagined that Lu Ming was already a Battle 4 genius before his wind force had reached the greater success stage. Now he had surpassed the Battle 4 genius. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming yelled as his figure soared into the sky and took a step forward. This step merged with the wind force and fire force. Boom. It was as if 9 dragons were stepping into the sky and surveying the world. This step ignored the number of people and exploded with a loud bang. 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 The bodies of the geniuses from the Serene Demon Palace who were below the 6th layer martial ancestor realm exploded, without even having the chance to scream. Those above the 6th layer martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies emitted cracking sounds. It was unknown how many of their bones had been broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th layer martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and backed off rapidly. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had taken refuge in the city were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't stop gasping. This scene was simply too terrifying. With a single step, more than a dozen geniuses from the Serene Demon Palace were either killed or injured. Even the two-peak sixth-layer martial ancestor realm geniuses spat out mouthfuls of blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early stage of the fifth stage of the martial ancestor realm. How was that possible? How many battles did he have? How could there be such an expert in this world? Damn it. Damn it. Let's go. Let's go. He's a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for senior brother Yu and the others to return before we kill him. The black-robed skeleton roared. He was scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? Too late. Lu Ming sneered and took another step forward. 9 dragons in the sky. Bang. The heavens and earth shook violently. The severely injured disciples of the sixth-layer martial ancestor realm of the Serene Demon Palace let out cries of agony as their bodies could no longer withstand the force and exploded. Even the two-peak sixth-layer martial ancestor realm geniuses felt as if their bodies had been hit by a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Their bodies emitted cracking sounds as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Both of them were peerless geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of the Second World War geniuses. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the ninth-layer martial ancestor realm, which was why they were still alive after receiving 2 kicks. Run, run, run. The two of them screamed in their hearts as they were terrified to the extreme. They turned into 2 rays of light and fled in all directions. Die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand forcefully. 2 spear glows were fired and instantly pierced through the air toward the 2. Slash. One of them had his heart penetrated by the spear glows, causing him to let out a furious roar as his body fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeleton, his reaction was slightly faster, and he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear glows and exploded. Bastard, the Serene Demon Palace will not let you off. Next time, I will tear you into pieces. A voice that was filled with hatred rang out from afar. In an instant, the black-robed skeleton disappeared. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he took another step forward. Lu Ming's body disappeared in an instant. He left behind a dumbfounded crowd. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. With one step, he covered a distance of 10 miles. When Lu Ming appeared 10 miles away, he frowned. The aura of the youth from the Serene Demon Palace had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming scanned the area but did not find any trace of him. It seems that the other party has cultivated some kind of skill, or some kind of treasure that can conceal his aura and hide his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a while, but still could not find any trace of him. He could only give up and return to the city. More than a dozen corpses of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples were lying motionless in various places. Their storage rings were intact. The people in the city did not dare to touch them because these were Lu Ming's spoils of war. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he collected the storage rings of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. Lu. Brother Lu. At this time Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with reverence. Brother Song, let's enter the city first, Lu Ming said. Then the 3 of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw several youths flying out. Lu Ming grabbed a burly youth and asked, "Brother, why are they flying out?" Sigh. The burly youth sighed and said, "Brother, although you're strong, you don't know that the Serene Demon Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Serene Demon Palace is located is called the Serene Demon Mountain Range. There are many high-level empires in that area, but the Serene Demon Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even high-level empires have to listen to the Serene Demon Palace's orders. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Serene Demon Palace and become their disciples. There is a portion of the Serene Demon Palace's disciples in this city. Those people just now are not the strongest among them. 7 of them went to another city early this morning to investigate, but they will return in 2 days at most. At that time, a great disaster will befall us. All of us will die. That's why they chose to leave this place, preferring to find another city to settle down. The burly youth was honest, explaining everything to Lu Ming in detail. So that's how it is. Lu Ming was enlightened. He then asked, "What are the cultivation levels of the 7 people who left?" "Almost all of them are late-stage martial ancestor realm and above. 2 of them are early-stage martial ancestor realm 7th-stage geniuses. They are in between the 2nd and 3rd stage of the martial ancestor realm and are extremely powerful. Brother, although you're strong, you're most likely not their match. You'd better leave this place quickly," the burly youth advised. "Thank you for telling me." Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Chapter 382. Although it was dangerous outside at night, if they stayed here, they would definitely be killed when the people from the Netherworld Demon Palace returned. It was better to leave early. "Brother Song, what do you guys plan to do?" Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. "If we leave the city at night, we will be in danger. I believe in Brother Lu," Song Yu said firmly, intending to stay here first. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. "All right, then you guys should rest first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He casually found a room in the city and sat down cross-legged. Recently, his comprehension of the Heaven Path Palm had been getting deeper and deeper. He felt that he could break through at any time. Once the Heaven Path Palm broke through, he would have another trump card. In his mind, the aura that he remembered from the Gate of Heaven kept circulating. For some reason, as time passed, the aura became fainter and fainter. Lu Ming reckoned that it wouldn't be long before he forgot about that aura. Yes, he would forget about it. It would disappear from his memory. Therefore, he had to master the Heaven Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura of the Gate of Heaven and the Heaven Path Palm kept verifying each other. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Heaven Path Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could pierce through this layer, Lu Ming would be able to successfully master the Heaven Path Palm. Time passed and slowly, night fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness again. Dark clouds covered the sky. Jaj outside. Strange cries were incessant. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. Looking into the distance, he could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light. It was like a semicircle that enveloped the entire city. Those spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They wandered outside and didn't dare to charge in. This light was formed by the inscription Great Array. The peerless experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had inscribed great arrays on all the cities in the Dongming ancient battlefield, so that the selection could be carried out smoothly. Lu Ming saw that other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were a few other people in the city who hadn't left, including the burly young man who had returned. When he saw Lu Ming, he smiled brightly. After watching for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room and started comprehending the Heaven's Path Palm. Soon a day passed. On the second night, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. His comprehension of the Heavenly Dao Palm finally had a major breakthrough. He felt that he had succeeded in comprehending it. "I'll go out and test it during the day." Following which, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heaven's Path Palm. Time passed. Soon, the curtain of night retreated, and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Soon he arrived at a large mountain range. Heaven's Law Palm. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a loud roar and thrust his palm towards the sky. Wang. A formless wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then a huge palm print formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent like a human's palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. It came down from the sky and hit a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain directly exploded. All the trees and rocks were directly annihilated, turning into ashes and dissipating. It didn't explode into rubble, but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak was gone. What a powerful force! Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded. According to the secret manual of the 3 Dao Palms, very few people had been able to master the 3rd palm, the Heaven's Law Palm. Once mastered, it would be infinitely close to a heaven-class martial skill. Moreover, it wasn't the 1st or 2nd level, but the strongest power. Haha, The power of the Heaven's Law Palm has completely surpassed the first step of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. It has become my strongest killing move. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Unless Lu Ming mastered the second step of the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would probably be able to surpass the power of the Heaven's Law Palm. Boom. Then Lu Ming started to cultivate again. Every palm strike was extremely powerful. With each strike, 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. When it hit the mountain peak exploded and was annihilated. Lu Ming struck out more than a dozen palms before he stopped. Because the Heaven's Law Palm consumed too much energy, Lu Ming could only strike out more than a dozen palms with his current cultivation before his genuine qi ran out. Lu Ming took out a pile of spiritual crystals and absorbed the energy in them to recover his genuine qi. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's genuine qi had completely recovered. Let's go back to the city and figure it out. Lu Ming smiled. His figure flashed and he flew back to the city. Ah. When he was still some distance away from the city, a shrill scream came from the city. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly flew back to the city. At this moment, 8 figures appeared in the city. Each of them was wearing a black skeleton robe. One of them was pale and had a broken arm. It was the person who had escaped from Lu Ming 2 days ago. They were all experts from the Serene Devil Palace. Song Yu, Song Jing, the burly youth, and the other 5 people who had stayed in the city were all captured by the Serene Devil Palace. One of them had an arm chopped off by a youth from the Serene Devil Palace. He was the one who had screamed earlier. Tell me, where did that little bastard go? The youth who had escaped 2 days ago stared at Song Yu and the others coldly like a malicious spirit. I really don't know. He was still here in the morning and then he left. I beg you, let me go. The youth who had his arm chopped off screamed in agony. Let you go? You were there in the battle 2 days ago. Since you were there, why didn't you help us kill that bastard? You saw it. Not helping is a crime punishable by death. Die. The Serene Devil Palace disciple who had escaped had a cold expression on his face. With a swing of his sword, the youth's head flew high into the air. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were as pale as paper. The 2 of you are in cahoots with that bastard. Don't worry, the 2 of you won't die so easily. I'll let the 2 of you taste the greatest pain in the world before letting you die. The Serene Devil Palace disciple said coldly. The other 7 disciples of the Serene Devil Palace looked on coldly from the side. Their gazes were extremely cold. Both Song Yu and Song Jing were trembling in fear. Haha, are you afraid? If you're afraid, quickly think of a way to call that little bastard back. The Serene Devil Palace disciple laughed maniacally. No need to call, I'm here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone quickly looked up. In the sky, Lu Ming stood there and looked down. His expression was very cold, and his eyes were extremely cold. He didn't expect that the Serene Devil Palace's people would arrive so soon after he went out to cultivate. Little bastard, you're finally back. Chapter 383. Brother Lu, you leave now. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, he was overjoyed at first, but then he thought of something and shouted again. The Serene Demon Hall was too powerful. Apart from the young man who had run away, the other 7 people were at least at the late stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Among them, 2 were at the late stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm, 3 were at the peak of the Martial Ancestor Realm, and 2 were at the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Their combined power was too powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he was no match for them. Although Song Yu hoped that a miracle would happen, and that Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave. Today none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired young man. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and had a slender figure. His aura was intimidating and his long green hair reached his waist. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming and said, You killed my men? Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll show you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura exploded from the green-haired young man's body. Triple kill of the Serene Demon, spirit severing. The green-haired young man shouted and a sword chime sounded. A dark green sword chi shot out from the green-haired young man's hand. In an instant, It crossed thousands of meters and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Complete metal force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh. The demon-suppressing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The wind and fire force exploded. Boom. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, and there was a dazzling light at the point of contact. Then, the spear radiance and the sword chi dissipated together. They were evenly matched. This person is not weaker than Prince Tianxi. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius between a Second World War genius and a Third World War genius. He was at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm, and should be able to unleash the combat strength of a late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Kid, you are quite capable. Take another move. Triple kill of the serene demon. God slaying. The green-haired youth roared. A dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then, he became one with his sword and turned into an incomparably dazzling dark green sword light, rushing towards Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the airwaves rolled and split into two. It was as if the sky had been split open. It was extremely shocking. The power of the slash was significantly stronger than the previous one, which had achieved the strength of the late-stage 9th-layer martial ancestor realm. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power surged forward. Boom. Once again, a terrifying roar resounded in the sky. Shockwaves swept across, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Bang. 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 A figure flew back and took 3 consecutive steps in the air, causing the air to explode and emit a violent rumble. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and steadied himself. It was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger than him. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he uttered a roar. How is this possible? A mere early-stage 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator is able to resist my killing blow. How is this possible? He could not accept it. If a mere early-stage 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator was able to fight against him, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming had surpassed the strength of a 4th-layer genius, and was between a 4th-layer genius and a 5th-layer genius? That was too shocking. Not to mention being between a 4th-layer genius and a 5th-layer genius, there was not even a 4th-layer genius in the Serene Demon Palace. Who was this kid? Where did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this guy. Since we're already enemies, the more talented he is, the more we should kill him. With a flicker, a bulky youth appeared beside the green-haired youth. The youth was the other 7th-layer martial ancestor realm genius. Great, let's attack together. Set up the Serene Demon 7 slaughter formation, and kill this guy. The green-haired youth gave the order. Shush. Shush. With a flicker, the other Serene Demon Palace disciples in the city below appeared behind the green-haired youth and the bulky youth. There were 7 of them in total, and they stood in a strange formation. As for the fleeing Serene Demon Palace disciple, he stood aside with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Is it a joint attack formation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing and the rest, they looked at the sky anxiously. Now they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, 7 voices that were filled with murderous intent rang out. Then, the 7 Serene Demon Palace disciples moved. The 7 of them flashed in a strange trajectory and turned into countless light shadows, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Chi. Suddenly, 7 rays of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's body flashed and he avoided 6 rays of sword chi. However, there was 1 ray that he could not avoid. Shush! The long spear lashed out, containing the power of wind and fire. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled, and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second attack. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven ascending steps, and was instantly at a disadvantage. Shush! Shush! While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword auras slashed toward Lu Ming's back violently. Every step was filled with murderous intent, and there was no way to avoid it. 9 dragons heaven ascending steps. Lu Ming roared and a dragon's roar rang out. Shush! Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the rays of sword chi behind him, but he also left the Serene Demon Palace's formation and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is that? The Serene Demon Palace disciples widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their formation was a famous formation of the Serene Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat strength increased exponentially. Furthermore, those who were trapped would not be able to escape and could only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak martial ancestor realm 9 martial artist would be killed if they worked together. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming was only at the early martial ancestor realm 5. How was this possible? This formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said indifferently. This caused the crowd to be stunned. Lu Ming had purposely allowed himself to be surrounded by the formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you being too childish? Song Yu and the others wanted to scream. However, the Serene Demon Palace disciples' faces were extremely gloomy. You won't play with us? What big words! Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friends will end up in an incomparably miserable state because of you. The green-haired youth glanced at Song Yu and the others below, and said with a ferocious expression, with Lu Ming's movement technique, they would not be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the others could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Chapter 384. Not leaving? What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Serene Devil Hall were stunned. What I meant was to get rid of you quickly. I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. What? Get rid of us? The people from the Serene Devil Hall were stunned at first, then they laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Get rid of us? Do you think you can? This kid is spouting nonsense to disturb our mental states. Don't talk anymore. Let's go all out and kill him. As soon as he said that, the 7 disciples from the Serene Devil Hall shone with silver light. Those were chakras, the chakras of king-class bloodlines. Among the 7 of them, 2 had level 2 king-class bloodlines, 3 had level 3 king-class bloodlines, and the strongest 2 had level 4 king-class bloodlines. As their chakras shone and their bloodlines erupted, the auras of the 7 disciples were raised to their peak. Kill. The 7 disciples from the Serene Devil Hall formed a large formation. Sword chi shone as they charged toward Lu Ming. Bloodline? I have it too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second bloodline. A tall and hazy stone tablet with 4 silver chakras flashed and disappeared. Level 4 king-class bloodline. Although it's strong, what's the use? The green-haired youth roared. Sword chi burst forth and shrouded Lu Ming. What if I add this? Lu Ming sneered. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. The 9 dragons' bloodline rushed out and roared at the sky. The people from the Serene Devil Hall, as well as Song Yu and the rest, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-class bloodline? Why does he have 2 types of king-class bloodlines? Is he a natural king-class bloodline? Natural king-class bloodline? Impossible. The people from the Serene Devil Hall shouted in disbelief. Even the operation of the formation came to a halt. Nothing is impossible. Devour. Lu Ming yelled. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power came out of its mouth and shrouded the 7 people from the Serene Devil Hall. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is unstable. My blood essence is pulsating. Everyone from the Serene Devil Palace screamed in horror. A martial arts grandmaster could unleash both bloodlines at the same time. However, for most martial artists, their first bloodline was only of the ordinary class. Above the martial ancestor realm, when they unleashed their ordinary class bloodline, the enhancement effect was extremely limited and negligible. Therefore, most people would only use their second bloodline. Very few people would use both bloodlines at the same time. But Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were at the king level, and they had different effects on him. He could use them as much as he wanted. Petty tricks. Keep calm and go kill him, the green-haired youth roared. Really? Let's continue then. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly struck out with his palm. Huff huff. The spiritual chi of the world seemed to have been sucked dry as a huge transparent palm print appeared. With a violent attack, it pressed down on the 7 people from the netherworld demon palace like Mount Tai. The terrifying pressure caused heaven and earth to tremble violently. The sword chi that the Serene Devil Palace's group had unleashed collapsed in an instant. Ah! What kind of martial skill was this? How can it be so terrifying? The Yumo Palace disciple screamed in horror. This was simply unbelievable. Hold on. Hold on together. The green-robed youth's eyes were red as he screamed with all his might. The 7 Yumo Palace disciples used all their strength and activated the joint attack formation to the maximum. The 7 of them worked together and slashed out a shocking sword chi that slashed at the heaven's palm print. Boom. The sword chi slashed at the center of the heaven's palm print, causing an earth-shattering boom. Terrifying shockwaves swept out and swept away all the clouds in the sky within a radius of dozens of miles. Even the city below shook violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stabilize themselves. But they could not care less about their sorry state. They widened their eyes and stared at the sky. Which side would win? Bam! All of a sudden, the sword light trembled and exploded, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Boom! Although a portion of the Heaven's Palm Print's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying and continued to press down. Bam! Bam! The 7 Yumo Palace disciples were like toads. They could not move at all as they were blasted into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation let out blood-curdling screams before they stopped breathing. As for the 3 geniuses at the peak of the 6th martial ancestor realm, although they were not dead, they were half dead. Only the 2 7th martial ancestor realm cultivators spat out a mouthful of blood, but still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Let's go, the green-robed youth roared, and was about to use a secret technique to escape. But Lu Ming's second palm strike followed. Boom! Another huge palm print was formed and pressed down on the Yumo Palace disciples. No, the green-haired youth and the others screamed in despair. The heaven's palm print was extremely mysterious. It completely locked onto them, and there was no way for them to escape. Boom! Even though the remaining 2 tried their best, they could not withstand it. Boom boom boom. Smoke and dust filled the air as the 2 of them were blasted into the ground, creating 2 huge craters. They lay in the craters, unable to move at all. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not recover from their shock. The 7 geniuses of the Yumo Palace had joined forces to set up a formation, but it had been defeated by Lu Ming with 2 palms. That was too terrifying. On the other side of the sky, the Yumo Palace disciple who had escaped last time was trembling all over. His lips were quivering and his face was drained of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon monster, this is all my fault. Run, run, I have to get away from this monster. Run. He screamed in his heart, and was about to use a secret technique to escape. Right at that moment, Pucci, a spear light pierced through his heart from the back. The Yumo Palace disciple roared in anger and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, the long spear shook and the spear light destroyed the Yumo Palace disciple's vitality. His corpse fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired youth and the others. At that moment, the green-haired youth and the green-haired youth were unable to move. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Yumo Palace. There are many geniuses in my Yumo Palace. There are more than 500 geniuses who came in this time. We are just a part of them. There are many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the Yumo Palace disciples won't let you go. The green-haired youth shouted. Hehe, as long as I kill you, how will the other Yumo Palace disciples know that I killed you? Lu Ming sneered. Of course I know. I don't mind telling you that I have already copied your figure with the shadow-breathing talisman, and sent it to the strongest genius in my Yumo Palace. You won't be able to escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So it's the shadow-breathing talisman? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The shadow-breathing talisman was the same as the 10,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman. Both were refined by inscription masters. Chapter 385. Seeing that Lu Ming was silent, the green-haired youth thought that Lu Ming was afraid and was overjoyed. How about this? As long as you let us go, I'll plead with the experts of the Serene Demon Hall to spare your life. We'll pretend that nothing happened today. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A vicious murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was roaring in his heart. As long as he could get out of danger this time, he would definitely let more powerful cultivators from the Serene Demon Palace pursue Lu Ming with all their might. He would let Lu Ming die without a burial ground, and make Lu Ming regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. What? The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. A cold killing intent burst forth from Lu Ming's body. You. No, don't. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in horror. They had thought that they had seen hope, and that Lu Ming would let them go. However, in the next moment, they had fallen from heaven to hell. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. Spear radiance shot out and killed the two of them. Then he killed the other severely injured people one by one, took their storage rings, and devoured their blood essence. Brother Lu, we have to thank you for saving us this time. Song Yu flew over and stammered. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in his heart. He was becoming more and more unreachable. There's no need to thank me. I've implicated you this time. Brother Song, what do you plan to do next? This city has been exposed. I'm afraid that the experts of the Serene Demon Hall will come. Lu Ming said. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area and we plan to meet them there. Song Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a charitable person, and could not spend time helping them. They had to rely on themselves. Immediately, the Song siblings, as well as the sturdy young man, bid farewell to Lu Ming and left for the north. Lu Ming walked into a room, and sat down cross-legged to refine the blood essence he had just devoured. They were the blood essences of martial artists in the 6th and 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining them, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that I've successfully mastered the Heaven's Path Palm, my battle prowess has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a 5-battle genius, I've reached the peak of a 4-battle genius. Lu Ming concluded his combat strength. If Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and unleashed all of his bloodline, the Heaven's Path Palm combined with the power of wind and fire would allow Lu Ming's battle prowess to reach the peak of Battle 4. Earlier, he had used this move to defeat the Serene Devil Hall's group in one fell swoop. However, the peak of the 4 battles genius was only a step away from the 5 battles genius. However, this step was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult to reach the 5 battles genius level. Even if Lu Ming mastered the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons Sky-Stomping Steps, he would not be able to reach the 5 battles genius level. If I want to increase my battle prowess quickly, I can only increase my cultivation level quickly. Lu Ming pondered. The power of the Heaven's Path Palm was already extremely terrifying. Even if he mastered the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons Sky-Stomping Steps, his power would not be much stronger than the Heaven's Path Palm. Unless he mastered the 3rd step, his battle prowess would increase greatly. However, he had not even mastered the 2nd step, let alone the 3rd step. In terms of power, the power of wind and fire were both at the peak of the Great Accomplishment realm. The power of the 2 powers when combined was extremely terrifying. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the Great Accomplishment realm in one of the powers, the power of the 2 powers would not increase by much, unless both powers reached the Great Accomplishment realm. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to increase his battle prowess in a short period of time, he could only increase his cultivation level. Among the geniuses in this selection, his shortcoming was his cultivation level. I need to find a place with powerful demonic beasts and hunt them to increase my cultivation level. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small town, heading west. He headed west, looking for a place with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly night fell. Night came again. However, with Lu Ming's power of wind and fire, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in danger. Those spirits could not do anything to him. He rushed forward until the day came again, and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Soon he had covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. This mountain was full of vitality. In the depths of the mountain, there were loud roars, accompanied by waves of powerful aura that soared to the sky. Lu Ming sensed more than 10 Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts aura. There were even Class 9 LV4 demonic beasts aura. Great, this is the place. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss! Not long after, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced toward Lu Ming. The python emitted a Class 8 LV4 demonic beast's aura. Good timing. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear. With a puff, it pierced a big hole in the python's head. The python hissed, and its huge body rolled, crushing several large trees that would take several people to wrap their arms around them. After rolling a few times, it stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and devoured the blood essence of the python. At the same time, he took out the demon core and devoured it as well. The blood essence and monster core of a Class 8 LV4 demonic beast were much more effective. After a while, Lu Ming's body shook slightly, and he finally broke through to the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm. Then he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed 8 Class 8 LV4 demonic beasts and a Class 9 LV4 demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm and was not far from the late stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm. At this time, night fell again and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave more than 10 meters underground. But before long, the spirit still found him. Lu Ming came to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The ghosts would still find them. On the other hand, the ghosts would not find the demonic beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for time to pass. When the day came, Lu Ming meditated for a while. After he recovered, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Croak. Half an hour later, Lu Ming sprinted out of a valley and frantically fled into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless trees to tremble. Following this, a 50-meter-tall toad that looked like a small mountain rushed out of the valley. Whoosh! The giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the air toward Lu Ming. Chapter 386. Boom! The giant toad's scarlet tongue didn't hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak. The giant toad was enraged. It flicked its scarlet tongue, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak exploded in half. That part of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Nest, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and instantly moved 10 miles away. Rumble. Behind him, that part of the mountain peak hit the ground and let out a deafening rumble. Who knew how many creatures were slaughtered by this attack? Lu Ming didn't stop. He took a few more steps and finally got rid of the giant toad. This time he was really unlucky. He had just casually barged into a valley, and he had already alarmed such a powerful existence. Seems like I still have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences reside in this ancient battlefield? If I meet a real beast king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming thought. He then focused and carefully observed while continuing to hunt beasts. Rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming hadn't walked more than 100 miles when a rich medicinal fragrance suddenly assaulted his nose. To the left, Lu Ming identified and found that the medicinal fragrance came from the left. Immediately, Lu Ming went to the left. There were 2 mountains in front of him. They were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall and pierced through the clouds. They were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the 2 mountain peaks, There was a huge canyon. The medicinal fragrance was coming from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the forest, a few corpses of beasts were lying on the ground. There were sword wounds on their bodies. From the looks of it, they hadn't been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued forward. Along the way, he saw many more corpses. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Halt! This place has already been occupied by my soaring tiger mountain range. Friend, please return. The 8 young men and women sized up Lu Ming. One of them, a blue-robed young man, said, "The Flying Tiger Mountain Range." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range was a small area south of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it wasn't much bigger. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Occupied by you? I've never heard of any place in the Dongming ancient battlefield that is privately owned. If you can come, then so can I." It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people of the Soaring Tiger Mountain Range wanted to occupy this place, clear out the demonic beasts here, and take the treasures for themselves. It was not easy for Lu Ming to meet him. How could he miss this opportunity? Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A mere martial ancestor realm level 5 cultivation dares to bargain with us. Since you don't want to leave, stay here forever. The blue-robed young man's face darkened, and he emitted a murderous aura. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming let out a calm smile. Boasting shamelessly. A mere 5th-layer martial ancestor realm cultivator dares to be so smug. Die. Beside the blue-robed young man, a cold young man with a cultivation of the early-stage 6th-layer martial ancestor realm stepped forward and lashed out at Lu Ming. Roar. A ferocious tiger appeared and lunged at Lu Ming. This young man was a genius. With his cultivation of the early-stage 6th-layer martial ancestor realm, he believed that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. However, his face turned pale in the next instant. Lu Ming gave a casual slap, and the ferocious tiger that he condensed was easily dispersed. Following this, Lu Ming continued to slap him. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the cold-looking youth let out a miserable cry. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. He crashed through 2 large trees before coming to a stop. He lay there twitching non-stop, having already fainted. The others inhaled deeply and stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. Let's attack together. The blue-robed young man let out a roar as he collected his thoughts. Following this, silver chakras appeared as their bloodlines were unleashed, resulting in 7 powerful auras. Among them, the blue-robed young man's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm. Humph! Lu Ming harumphed as his eyes glistened. A long spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. Bang! Bang! Following 6 explosions, apart from the blue-robed young man, the other 6 were sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, the blue-robed young man was knocked 100 meters backward while coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming frowned as he was not satisfied with his attack. The so-called genius of the Battle 3 or Battle 4 did not mean that he could achieve that with a casual attack. It meant that he had to unleash his full strength to execute his ultimate move. Lu Ming's Heaven's Path Palm was able to reach the peak of the Battle 4 level. However, his 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was only slightly better than the Battle 4 level. If he only executed the power of wind and fire without the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, or the Heaven's Path Palm, he would only be able to reach the Battle 4 level. While he was not satisfied with his attack, the blue-robed young man and the others were terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something flying could be heard. Dozens of figures flew out from the direction of the canyon. It was obvious that they were all geniuses from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. They had been alerted earlier. How dare you go against so many people from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range alone? Are you courting death? Dozens of people stood in front of Lu Ming as a burly young man shouted coldly. This place does not belong to the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. I can come and go as I please. You are the ones who are too overbearing. Lu Ming said calmly. Kid, which region are you from? The one who spoke was a young man standing in the middle of the dozens of people. This young man had a strong back and a strong waist. His arms were extremely long and could reach his knees. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Lu Ming looked at this person and frowned. This person gave him a dangerous feeling. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? After hearing Lu Ming's words, the dozens of people from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range relaxed. The long-armed young man in the lead had a cold smile on his face. So you are from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Haha. Since you dare to injure so many of us, you shall stay here forever. The long-armed young man sneered. He had said so much just now because he was afraid that Lu Ming was a genius from a large region. If that was the case, he would have to think twice. Now, there was no need for that. Brother Fei, you are the top expert in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. There is no need for you to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. I will kill him. The burly young man from before strode out. With every step he took, the ground rumbled and cracked. A giant black bear appeared above his head and 4 silver chakras shone brightly. The early stage of the martial ancestor realm. There was no doubt that this person was a genius who was not weaker than Prince Tianxi. Die. A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 387. 9 Dragons Stomping the Sky. Lu Ming did not want to waste time with him, and he immediately executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the burly young man's body slid back 1,000 meters. Along the way, there was a deep gully. His body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sizzle. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The geniuses of Flying Tiger Mountain Range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly young man with just one move when he was only a martial ancestor realm level 5 martial ancestor. The long-armed young man was shocked at first. Then a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. I never thought that Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would have such a demonic genius like you. I'm afraid Jianfengyan is no match for you. Alright, I'll kill you before you rise. Otherwise you'll be a threat to Flying Tiger Mountain Range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bam! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself at Lu Ming like a cannonball, and threw out a punch. The punch was terrifying and it was much more powerful than the burly young man's. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, and took a step forward. Boom! There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming's 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was pushed back. Advanced Martial Ancestor Realm Level 7 Cultivation. What a powerful force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Roar. There was a loud roar and a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 silver chakras on the giant ape's body. Level 5 King Class Bloodline, Steel Raging Ape. Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared, and threw out another punch. The fist radiance was like a giant ape's fist and it flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned grave. This person was definitely a triple battle genius, and he was no weaker than Jianfengyan. Heaven Palm. Lu Ming executed his most powerful move without hesitation. The Heaven Palm print formed and collided with the Ape King Divine Fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and everything within a radius of tens of miles shook violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept across the sky and earth. Some of the weaker youths in the soaring Tiger Mountain Range were swept away by the hurricane, and were forced to retreat. Boom! After the loud noise, a figure flew backward rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew several thousand meters away, and stood in the air with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too powerful. His cultivation had reached the late 7th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. In addition, he was a 3-fight genius, so he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached the level of a 5-battle genius, so how could he be a match for him? He's still not dead. Little did he know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's battle prowess shocked him until his hair stood on end. He had also been to those big areas before. However, even in a large region, There was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of the fourth battle genius, but had never seen one. It was obvious that Lu Ming had surpassed the fourth battle genius. Die, he must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and yelled, I've already injured him. Let's attack together, we can't let him leave alive. Having said that, he hurriedly attacked Lu Ming. Kill! The other cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range yelled as they attacked at the same time, resulting in a shocking scene. These young men were the strongest cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the monarch ranking were attacking at the same time. How terrifying was the scene! I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming turned around and left with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In the next instant, he was 10 miles away. What a joke! Lu Ming was not stupid to fight with so many people, including a long-armed young man. Since he was no match for them, why not retreat for the time being? Besides, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase! The long-armed young man yelled. But their speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! The long-armed young man cursed. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man yelled. Then, the group of cultivators of the soaring Tiger Mountain range returned to the valley to clear out the beasts inside. Lu Ming covered 10 miles in one step. He was very fast. Soon he arrived outside a valley. There was a giant toad that was half a step away from the Beast King realm in the valley. That's right. Lu Ming came here to borrow the toad's strength. He wanted to use the toad's strength to disrupt the battle, and seize the opportunity to snatch the spiritual herbs in the valley. Based on the medicinal fragrance that the spirit medicine gave off, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spirit medicine. A level 4 spiritual herb definitely did not have such a fragrance. A level 5 spiritual herb. Lu Ming was excited at the thought of it. A level 5 spiritual herb was a rare treasure that even a beast king would want. If he had a level 5 spiritual herb, Lu Ming could cultivate the myriad spirit battle body, and push his physical body to level 6. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming rushed into the valley. Croak. After a while, an earth-shattering cry was heard, and the grass and trees shook. Then Lu Ming rushed out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. Croak. A giant toad the size of a mountain rushed out of the valley, and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Croak. The giant toad exerted its strength with its 4 limbs, and its enormous body rushed into the sky. It crossed 7 to 8 miles in an instant and landed heavily on the ground. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground cracked. Then, the giant toad rushed out of the smoke and dust again and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to pounce on nothing. A man and a toad, one chasing and one escaping, were dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming stopped as well and shot it. The giant toad was furious and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon Lu Ming came to the giant valley again. Lu Ming did not stop at all. He dashed toward the canyon directly. Who is it? With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who was injured by Lu Ming. You again? You dare to come again? You're courting death. The burly young man roared when he saw Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen figures rushed out from below. Boy, I won't let you go this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you a gift. Don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. Croak. A loud roar came from afar. Then they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from afar. That's... oh no, retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and dashed into the house. However, a few people in the flying Tiger Mountain range did not react in time, and were directly crushed by the giant toad. Boom. Chapter 388. Whoosh. Then, the giant toad's crimson tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from the flying Tiger Mountain range were caught by the tongue. Help me! 5 or 6 young men screamed in horror. The next moment, the giant toad's tongue retracted back into its mouth and stopped screaming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, beast. Don't even think about it. The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The rest of the people fled in all directions. Some ran out of the canyon, and some ran into the canyon. Croak. The giant toad cried and rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spiritual herbs, there would be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The canyon was very wide and deep. It was formed by two huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the fragrance of the herbs. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. These demonic beasts were very powerful. The weakest of them was Class 8 LV4. 7 or 8 of them were Class 9 LV4. 2 of them were even at the peak of Class 9 LV4. They were only one step away from becoming a half-step monster king. These were the most powerful demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others were afraid of these demonic beasts and did not rush in. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and appeared high in the sky. Then he took another step forward. This time, his target was the deeper part of the canyon. Roar! Some demonic beasts roared and tried to stop Lu Ming, but he was too fast. They could not stop him in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. Croak! The giant toad roared and attacked both humans and demonic beasts. Suddenly, the giant toad and the dozen powerful demonic beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Damn it! Damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people were killed by the demonic beasts. The spiritual herbs are mine. The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to rush out of the encirclement and into the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed into the depths of the canyon. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. What appeared before his eyes was actually a medicinal field. Yes, even though an unknown amount of time had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 or 8 stalks of spiritual herbs growing in the medicinal field. Every stalk of spiritual medicine flickered with a faint spiritual glow, and every stalk emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped Ganoderma. Lu Ming saw a few that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. Its entire body was blood red, and it flickered with a blood-red light. It was obviously extraordinary. There was also a phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom, which actually looked like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and its medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. These 2 spirit herbs were both level 5 spirit herbs. Furthermore, it looked like it had been around for a long time, and its medicinal power was extremely strong. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming didn't recognize, but they didn't look any worse than the 10,000-year blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped Lingji mushroom. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spirit herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool if he saw them. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Haha, with these spirit herbs, my physical body will be able to break through to level 6. Wait a minute, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the medicinal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than a meter tall. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging from it. The fruits were bright red and sparkling. Around the fruits, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the red cinnabar fruit? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't hide the crazy joy in his eyes. The red cinnabar fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if a martial arts grandmaster consumed it, his cultivation would rapidly increase without any side effects. Haha, God is helping me. With the red cinnabar fruit, my cultivation will increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Whoosh! At that moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards him. Then his eyes flashed. He had obviously seen the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruit in the medicinal field. Red cinnabar fruit, that's the red cinnabar fruit. With these 9 red cinnabar fruits, My cultivation will definitely reach level 8, or even level 9 martial arts grandmaster. Then, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the Dongming ancient battlefield. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. But in the next moment, his face became ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spirit herbs. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming was speechless and twitched his lips. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of true qi surged out and turned into true qi shovels that dug out the 7 spirit herbs. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the spirit herbs were all stored in the Temple of Paragon. Then Lu Ming pounced on the 9 red cinnabar fruits. Bastard, stop it! The long-armed young man's eyes turned red, and he roared in a frenzy as he pounced on Lu Ming. Heaven's palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his strongest combat strength. Great Ape King's divine fist. The long-armed young man punched out. Boom! There was a terrifying vibration, and the heaven's palm was pierced through. However, the long-armed young man's body was stopped for a moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming was sent flying by the force of the fist, and he happened to pass by the red cinnabar fruit. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the 9 red cinnabar fruits in the Temple of Paragon. Bam! Lu Ming's body slammed into the wall of the valley. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spirit herbs and the red cinnabar fruits. The long-armed young man roared. Idiot! Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the sky. In an instant he appeared in the sky. Then he took another step and flew 10 miles away. Bastard! Bastard! Stop right there! The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally his opportunity. If he could use the red cinnabar fruit to increase his cultivation, he could use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. But now it was all taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! When I get out of the Dongming ancient battlefield, I'll lead a group of experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I'll kill them all. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with hatred. Then he gritted his teeth and pounced to save the other geniuses in the soaring Tiger Mountain range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Soon he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. Now let's start cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year blood ginseng and started cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. Soon, the 10,000-year blood ginseng turned into wisps of myriad spirit qi and entered Lu Ming's body. Chapter 389. The effects of the level 5 superior grade elixir were too strong and rich. It constantly transformed into the aura of all spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was glowing, sparkling and dazzling. His qi and blood were full of vitality. A day later, the 10,000-year blood ginseng was completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and his bones emitted crisp sounds. His muscles were as taut as steel wires, making buzzing sounds. His body was breaking through the bottleneck. After half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Rank 6 lower tier physical body. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and he was delighted. After refining the upper LV5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's body had finally broken through. 6th grade physical body. Even some martial king realm warriors had to specially cultivate their physical bodies in order to achieve such a level. What incredible power! Given his current fleshly body, combined with his junqi, how strong would he be? With a thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Temple of Paragon. It was already dusk of the second day. I was safe last night. I was so stupid. I couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Temple of Paragon before night fell, I wouldn't have to dodge the attacks of the spirits. Lu Ming was stunned. He scolded himself for being stupid. Why did he have to fight with the spirits every night when he had the Temple of Paragon? Let's test my strength first. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He shook the spear and struck the ground. Boom. There was a loud boom, and the ground shook violently. The ground cracked and debris flew. A spear-shaped trench appeared on the ground and extended forward. It extended for more than 200 meters before it stopped. A 10-meter deep and 200-meter-long trench appeared on the ground. The power of a casual attack has increased a lot. Lu Ming was delighted. The attack just now was purely a combination of genuine qi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial skills or the power of wind and fire. Try something else. Next, Lu Ming added the power of wind and fire and started experimenting. After that, he continued to experiment with the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps and the heavenly path palm. It seems like my strongest battle prowess hasn't improved by much. I can't reach the level of a battle 5 genius. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the impact on his physical body was quite significant. The breakthrough of his physical body had greatly increased the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, but it still did not surpass the heavenly law palm, only close to the power of the heavenly law palm. On the other hand, the might of the heaven's path palm did not increase by much. The power of the heavenly law palm was mainly due to the mysterious heavenly law aura. It did not have much to do with the physical body. Thus, the breakthrough of his physical body did not bring much improvement to the heaven's path palm. However, that didn't mean that Lu Ming's battle prowess didn't increase. His basic battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and the power of his ordinary martial skills had increased by a large margin. It could be said that Lu Ming didn't need to use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the heaven's path palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire, and his casual attack could reach or even surpass the power of a battle 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the heaven's path palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he didn't reach the level of a battle 5 genius, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. In the next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Temple of Paragon and took out a level 5 spiritual medicine. He began to convert it into all spirit qi to improve his physical body. However, the energy required to improve his physical body to level 6 was too much. It was more than 10 times the energy required for a level 5 physical body. A day later, after Lu Ming had refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body had only improved a little. He didn't know how far he was from level 6 great achievement. Continue. Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Another 5 days passed, and the remaining 5 spiritual medicine were all refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of level 6 small achievement, and had not broken through to level 6 great achievement. The energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy I need to cultivate to level 7 physical body. Forget it, continue to refine those low-level spiritual medicine as well. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of spiritual medicine appeared in front of him. It was like a small mountain. There were level 2, level 3 and level 4 spiritual medicine. They were all obtained from the storage rings of others he had killed. Refine. A strange aura appeared in Lu Ming's hands and enveloped a few hundred spiritual medicine. These spiritual medicine were too weak and couldn't be compared to level 5 spiritual medicine. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred spiritual medicine at once. Buzz. Lu Ming operated the 1,000 spirit battle body technique. Some spiritual medicine shook and turned into ashes. The medicinal efficacy was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into 1,000 spirit qi, nourishing Lu Ming's physical body. In this way, Lu Ming continued to refine the spiritual medicine. Time flew and another 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual medicine of all levels. He had swept away all the spiritual medicine accumulated during this period. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of level 6 great achievement, and was still a little bit away from level 6 great achievement. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body really burned money. The value of so many spiritual medicine was simply unimaginable. However, the improvement of the physical body was not very great. Well, the physical body has reached this point. I'll stop for a while. Now, I'll improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he took out a red fruit. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed it, and refined it to improve his cultivation. The red fruit was indeed an invaluable treasure to improve one's cultivation. Its energy was extremely abundant, and it continuously refined genuine qi. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the late stage of martial ancestor realm late realm, and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 red fruits were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of martial ancestor realm early realm martial ancestor realm. 9 red fruits. If it were someone else, they would be able to improve their cultivation by 2 levels. However, for me, it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Every time he improved, he would need a lot of energy. However, there was an advantage. The cultivation that the red fruits increased was extremely pure, and his foundation was stable. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of beasts to improve his cultivation. He did not need to spend time to strengthen his foundation. I've been in seclusion for more than 20 days. It's time to go out for a walk. Thinking of this, Su Mo left the Temple of Paragon. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Next, Lu Ming wandered around during the day to look for opportunities. Before night fell, he entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the force and cultivate his martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. There were not many disturbances during these 7 days. There's a city in front. Lu Ming saw a city in front of him. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. Chapter 390. This was considered a big city in the Dongming ancient battlefield. Lu Ming noticed many figures in the air. With a slight movement, Zhang Xian landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some of the buildings in the city. It was obvious that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, and then walked toward the place with the most auras. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, ancient remnant weapon. I obtained it in a secret place. It still contains a trace of spirituality. I want to exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient pill recipe from the Dongming ancient battlefield. It must be a top-quality item. I only want an Earth-class superior martial technique. Take it. Lu Ming heard shouts as soon as he arrived. It was as if he had arrived at a market in the outside world. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He then pulled a young girl to the side and asked about it. The young girl was kind enough to give a rough explanation. Lu Ming was enlightened. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the Dtian Divine Guard selection were for people to gain experience, find opportunities, and raise their cultivation. During this period, everyone might gain something and obtain some treasures. However, they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some large cities, many geniuses would gather together and take out treasures that they didn't need to exchange for treasures that others needed. Therefore, there was a small market in front of him. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He wandered around the place to see if he could find what he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting nonstop. Moreover, the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not see anything that interested him. Beast, it's you. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. Lu Ming quickly turned around and saw a few young men striding toward him. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range? They were really enemies on the road. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, the long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at Lu Ming and said, "Little bastard, I did not expect to meet you here. This time, I will not let you escape. Also, where are the spiritual herbs? Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." The long-armed young man said sinisterly. "Are you stupid? So many days have passed, and you still have spirit herbs? It's already in my stomach and turned into shit. Do you want it? If you really want it, I still vaguely remember where it is. I can take you there. I just didn't expect your taste to be so heavy," Lu Ming said with a smile. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red in an instant. The bloodline in his body burst out, and a violent aura rose up. Die, beast, die for me. The long-armed young man roared. Whoosh. Lu Ming soared into the sky and floated in the air, saying, "If you want to fight, come up." Whoosh. The long-armed young man also soared into the sky. Their actions naturally alarmed the others. That's Flying Ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. He's the strongest person in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. It's said that he's a triple battle genius. Who's the other person? He dares to fight Flying Ape? Is he also the strongest person in a certain area? I don't know him. The others discussed and stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed young man, Flying Ape, stood opposite each other. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. They turned into two streaks of light and charged at each other. Then they collided in the air like two meteors crashing into each other. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the two figures retreated quickly. Kill Great Ape King's Divine Fist. Flying Ape roared again and charged at Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. A terrifying fist light instantly pierced the sky and blasted at Lu Ming. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming's figure glowed as he stomped his foot forward. The space around his foot vibrated vigorously, which transformed into a violent force that surged forward. Bang! This time, an even more shocking tremor spread out. The momentum was vast and shocking to the extreme. Whoosh! Following this, a figure flew backward like a meteor. It was Flying Ape. Flying Ape has been defeated. Flying Ape has been defeated. Who exactly is he? How terrifying! Could he be a genius from one of the higher kingdoms? Didn't you notice? His cultivation is only at the early stage of the 6th-layer martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat Flying Ape. How many battles has he fought? Heavens, I wouldn't have realized it if you didn't mention it. It's true, isn't it too terrifying? Below him, the geniuses inhaled deeply. Flying Ape flew 1,000 meters in the air and stopped in mid-air. Blood flowed out from his mouth as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. He let out a roar. He was a genius who had fought 3 battles, and was the strongest in the soaring Tiger Mountain range. Countless geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat those with higher cultivation, but now, it was Lu Ming who had defeated him. He could not accept it. Nothing is impossible, die. Lu Ming let out a roar as he sprang into the air, and appeared above Flying Ape. He looked down from above and took a step forward. Bang! It was as if an ancient godly mountain was crashing down from the sky. Block it! Flying Ape let out a loud roar. At that instant, his body began to expand rapidly. His body was bulky and his arms were thick, making him look like a giant ape. It was a secret technique that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Devour! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, and unleashed a powerful devouring force on Flying Ape. Flying Ape's body shuddered as he felt his bloodline and blood essence vibrating, as if they were about to leave his body. His aura dropped instantly. Bang! At that instant, the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps collided with Flying Ape. Flying Ape let out a cry of agony as his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large group of ancient houses there. Bang! Flying Ape crashed into the houses, causing the ground to tremble violently. Heaven's Path Palm. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path Palm condensed and slammed down. Ah! Flying Ape had just rushed out from below when he saw the Heaven's Path Palm coming at him. He immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured and was no match for the Heaven's Path Palm. Like a fly, he was suppressed by the Heaven's Path Palm. There was another earth-shattering rumble as a large group of ancient houses were destroyed. Smoke and dust filled the air as gravel flew everywhere. Die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continuously condensed a dozen spears in his hand. They were thrown out by Lu Ming and turned into a dozen lightning bolts that shot downward. Ah! There was a shrill cry, and then there was silence. There were many figures floating in the air above the city. At that moment, they were all stunned and their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 391. What happened to the Flying Ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the ground, waiting for the result. Soon, the dust settled and the scene below was revealed. First, there was a giant palm print that was dozens of meters long and wide. In the huge palm print, the flying ape lay there like a dead dog. There were several long spears that were condensed from spiritual chi piercing through his body and nailing him to the ground. The flying ape's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with indignation. However, he was no longer breathing. He was dead. The flying ape had been killed. He was the most powerful person in the area and a genius who had won 3 battles. He had been killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. Even in large regions and empires, 3 World War III geniuses were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the martial king realm in the future. He might even reach a higher realm. However, he had died just like that. Everything was for naught. A general's success was built on thousands of bones. Every top powerhouse had stepped on piles of bones and other geniuses' corpses to reach their current heights. At that moment, the other young men who had come with the flying ape from the Flying Tiger mountain range were trembling in fear, and their faces were pale. They had left secretly. The flying ape was already dead. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with those small fries. He moved and appeared beside the flying ape's corpse. He used his true chi to sweep up the storage ring and devour the blood essence. Then Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming landed in the north of the city. He found a room and walked in. Then he appeared in the Temple of Paragon. During this period, he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them. He had only roughly cleaned them and removed the spiritual herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and spiritual weapons, he did not have time to clean them up. During this period, Lu Ming had obtained many storage rings left behind by Martial Ancestor Realm 5 Martial Ancestor Realm, and above. There were too many things inside. Lu Ming checked them one by one. There were many lower spiritual crystals, middle spiritual crystals, and even upper spiritual crystals. A middle-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower-grade spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals, or 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put the spirit crystals into several storage rings. Lu Ming didn't count them carefully, but if all the spirit crystals were converted to low-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming estimated that it would be no less than 1 billion spirit crystals. Yes, 1 billion spirit crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals and had not spent them all. Lu Ming calculated that once the DT on Divine Guard selection was over, he would go out and purchase a large amount of demonic beast blood essence to raise the grade of his bloodline. Other than spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, the spiritual grass had already been refined by Lu Ming. There were also some refining materials, secret manuals, and all kinds of miscellaneous things piled up in several storage rings. However, there wasn't anything too precious, and it wasn't of much help to Lu Ming. After these things were cleaned up, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Temple of Paragon and strolled on the streets. Swoosh, swoosh. However, not long after Lu Ming walked on the streets, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Figures flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. These people weren't in the same group, but in 3 groups. It was obvious that they were from 3 different forces. However, what was the meaning of these 3 forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Han Valley's Han Lumu. One of the groups was mostly dressed in snow-white robes. Among them, a young man in his mid-20s cupped his fists and smiled at Lu Ming. Han Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had heard of this region before. It was a small region not much bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Han Lumu's aura was extraordinary. He might be the strongest person in the Han Valley. I am Wu Hui from Mingyan Peak. I am Yi Tiannan from Yankai Lake. The other 2 groups of people cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Obviously, these 2 people were the leaders of their respective forces. Mingyan Peak, Yankai Lake? Lu Ming muttered. These two regions were also small regions, just like the Han Valley. However, Lu Ming had never interacted with people from these regions. Why were they looking for him? May I know your name? Han Lumu smiled. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide about a name. So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Han Lumu said and pointed to the sky. What's the matter? There's no harm in talking here. Lu Ming frowned and said. Brother Lu, this involves an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tiannan from Yanke Lake whispered. Ancient ruin? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and felt even more strange. Could it be that these people were looking for him to ask for his help? All right. Immediately, Lu Ming nodded and flew into the sky. Han Lumu, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks. Although Han Lumu and the other two gave off a strong feeling, they were even stronger than the flying ape. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if the three of them joined hands and he was no match for them, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. Speak. Why are you looking for me? I don't believe that you guys would be so kind as to find me in an ancient ruin. In the sky, Lu Ming went straight to the point. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Because opening the ancient ruin requires 4 keys. The 3 of us each have 1 key, and the 4th key is in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lumu smiled. In my hands? Lu Ming was stunned. Haha, to be honest, Brother Lu, that key was originally on the flying ape. Since you killed the flying ape and took his storage ring, that key is naturally in Brother Lu's hands. Han Lumu smiled. So that's how it is. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Brother Lu, did you see a tiger-shaped palm-sized key in the flying ape storage ring? Han Lumu asked. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, with a move of his hand, a black palm-sized tiger-shaped iron token appeared in his hand. Is it this one? Lu Ming asked. When he was sorting out the items, he did find this iron token in the flying ape storage ring. However, he didn't know what it was used for, so he threw it aside. Could it be an ancient ruin key? It's this one. Han Lumu and the others were overjoyed when they saw it. Then their hands glowed and a dragon-shaped iron token, a tortoise-shaped iron token, and a phoenix-shaped iron token respectively appeared in their hands. The 4 keys have been gathered. That ancient ruin can finally be opened. Han Lumu was overjoyed. Chapter 392. It turned out that they had stumbled upon an ancient ruin. According to speculation, it was the cave of an expert from the Dongming ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered with inscriptions, making it impossible to enter. Only by gathering all 4 keys could one enter. Previously, including Flying Ape, 3 people had arrived. They had been waiting for Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak. Until today, Wu Hui from Bright Beauty Peak had arrived. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. That made sense. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger-shaped key, you naturally have a share of the ancient ruin. How about we explore it together? Han Liumu said. Alright, when do we depart? Lu Ming asked. In a few hours we can depart. Han Liumu and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We'll meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tiannan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then everyone dispersed. Lu Ming casually strolled around and returned to his previous room. He closed his eyes and rested. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and headed outside the city. When he arrived outside the city, he noticed that Han Liumu, Wu Hui, and Yi Tiannan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the 3 forces. And Lu Ming was alone, which made him seem quite special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed shocking combat abilities, most probably no one would take him seriously. Brother Lu, you're here. Han Liumu was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded and said, Then let's depart. Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and flew towards the north. For hours later, they had already flown for more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment was getting more and more remote. There were mountains and ridges everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a sleeping dragon. The group landed at the top of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. This is the ancient era's ruin. That stone door is the entrance. However, even after using all of our strength, we were unable to break open the stone door by even a tiny bit. We could only use the key to activate the inscriptions on the 4 statues to enter. Han Liumu pointed in front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. True enough, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui looked at each other and flew forward. Lu Ming arrived in front of the white tiger statue. Then, a metal plate appeared in each of their hands. Open! The 4 of them shouted and activated their true qi. Their true qi poured into the iron plate. The 4 metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment, the 4 statues also began to emit light. Inscriptions appeared one after another, flowing with brilliant colors. The glow of the statue and the glow of the 4 iron medallions resonated with each other. Then, the light from the 4 statues gathered together and shot toward the stone door. Crack, crack. When the light hit the stone door, it began to emit cracking sounds and slowly opened. Ha ha ha, the ancient era's ruin has opened. We didn't wait for nothing. At this moment, an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Numerous black figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Not good, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've been targeted. Han Liumu's face changed. They're from the Serene Demon Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all dressed in black skeleton robes. Wasn't that the uniform of the Serene Devil Hall? Serene Demon Palace. It's the Serene Demon Palace. The geniuses from Hangu, Radiant Peak, and the other 2 forces exclaimed. Since you opened the ancient era's ruin, I can let you go. Hurry up and get lost. A cold voice came from afar. The people from the Serene Demon Palace were very fast. At first, they were still dozens of miles away, but now they were close and would arrive soon. Lu Ming sneered and reached out to grab the tiger-shaped key. His figure flashed and rushed toward the stone door like lightning. Who is it? Damn it, how dare you rush in? You're courting death. A furious roar could be heard. It's him? I can see that he killed a few of our junior brothers. One of them sent me an image. It's that brat. A cold voice sounded. Let's rush in too. Han Liumu gritted his teeth and rushed toward the stone door. Then, Yi Tiannan and No Return's forces rushed toward the stone door. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. Whoosh. Whoosh. When Yi Tiannan and the others rushed through the stone door, more than 100 figures appeared in front of the stone door. They were all experts from the Serene Demon Palace. The person in the lead was slender and had a cold expression. His body exuded a terrifying aura. His aura was several times stronger than the flying ape. Charge! The cold youth ordered. In an instant, more than 100 people from the Serene Demon Palace rushed through the stone door. But once they entered the stone door, they couldn't help but stop. This was because there were 4 paths in front of them. They didn't know where they led. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? A 2-meter-tall young man looked at the cold-looking young man. This cold youth was the strongest expert from the Serene Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Split up and chase. Junior brother Feisher, you take some people and chase this path. Junior brother Fei, you take some people and chase this path. Yu Feiyu immediately ordered. Okay, I'll make whoever takes this path regret it. The tall youth shouted coldly and led 20 youths to the leftmost path. There was a path with a white tiger carved on it, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others from the Serene Demon Palace also led their people and chased after the 3 paths. Once Lu Ming dashed through the stone door, he dashed toward the leftmost path without hesitation. It was the path with the white tiger engraved on it. The path was very long. After rushing for more than 10 miles, he found something strange. There were a few stone rooms on both sides of the path. Lu Ming walked in and took a look. He was a little disappointed. From these stone rooms, It wasn't difficult to tell that this should be an alchemy room. However, too much time had passed and everything inside had turned to dust. Even the alchemy furnace had decayed and nothing was left. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Suddenly, his body came to an abrupt stop. This was because he felt as if his body had suddenly become many times heavier. It was as if there was an endless pressure acting on his body. There's an inscription array in this area that produces an extremely strong pressure. It's not easy to walk, let alone fly. Lu Ming thought to himself. He tensed his body and circulated his true qi to resist the pressure outside, and continued to move forward. However, this greatly reduced Lu Ming's speed. Chapter 393. Lu Ming walked onto the platform, and felt a wave of hot air blowing against his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. There was a deep pit in front of the platform, and the path ahead was blocked. In the deep pit, scorching heat waves were constantly rising. Lu Ming walked to the edge of the platform and realized that the deep pit was circular and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. There were flames at the bottom of the pit. The strange thing was that the flames had 3 colors. The flames danced in the air and were dazzling. Is this the tricolored primordial flame? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Tricolored primordial flame was a special flame in heaven and earth. It was much more magical than ordinary flames, and was much more powerful. There was another platform on the opposite side of the deep pit. There was a passageway in front of the platform that led to an unknown place. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he was outside, he would be able to cross the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here, he was suppressed by the inscription array. He could not even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000 meters. Lu Ming then found 2 chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that I crossed through these 2 chains? Lu Ming pondered. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, there was a rush of footsteps. Then, more than 20 youths from the Serene Demon Hall appeared. The leader was the tall youth Yu Feisher. When Yu Feisher saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared. Brat, senior brother Feiyu said that you killed many disciples of the Serene Demon Hall. How dare you kill disciples of the Serene Demon Hall? You're courting death. Then, together with the tall youth, the 21 youths rushed toward Lu Ming. Each of the 21 youths exuded a powerful aura. Especially the leader, Yu Feisher, whose aura was extremely terrifying. Early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming frowned. Yu Feisher's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. The other 3 youths had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were even stronger than Fei Yuan's. Lu Ming did not doubt that each of them was a Battle 3 genius. Other than these 4 people, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Die, brat. Yu Feisher revealed a sinister smile as a brilliant sword light shot towards Lu Ming. There was no doubt that his terrifying attack power was displayed. He was definitely a Battle 3 genius. Don't take it head-on. Lu Ming's mind raced. An early-stage martial ancestor realm 8th layer martial ancestor realm cultivator, in addition to the triple battle genius, had surpassed him in terms of battle prowess. If he were to take the attack head-on, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying to avoid the sword light. Chi-chi in the next moment. The sound of air being torn apart was heard as dozens of sword lights enveloped him. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward, and space trembled. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen sword lights instantly shattered, but there were still a few sword lights that stubbornly held on, and continued to slash towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. Poochie. There was still a sword light that hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. Underworld demonic life and death sword. Die. Yu Feisher shouted as he slashed out with his sword. 1 black and 1 white sword light shot out, enveloping Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it. This sword had completely locked onto Lu Ming, and there was no way to avoid it. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print blasted forward. Bang. First, it was the black sword light that emitted a sharp killing intent that collided with the Heaven's Path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword light dissipated, but the Heaven's Path palm print was also pierced through. The white sword light flashed and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it. His long spear shook, and the spear light shot out like a dragon. Boom. The spear light and sword chi swept out in all directions. The demon banishing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the tricolored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated out of the platform, and his body was suspended in the air. Below him, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a chain formed from true chi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. Still want to struggle? Die. Yu Feisher slashed out a few more sword chi, aiming at Lu Ming's true chi chain. Puchi. The true chi chain was cut apart, and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dare to kill someone from the Serene Demon Palace, and you'll be buried in a sea of fire. Consider yourself lucky. Yu Feisher watched as Lu Ming's body disappeared into the sea of fire, and he sneered. The tricolored primordial fire's temperature was terrifying. It was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming used his true chi to block it, but it was useless. His true chi began to burn. One should know that he cultivated the true chi of the true dragon of combat arts, which was much stronger than ordinary true chi. If he could not block it, ordinary true chi would be burned to ashes in an instant. Even so, Lu Ming could not hold on for long. Endless tricolored primordial fire burned fiercely in all directions, and it was extremely hot. Lu Ming's true chi was rapidly depleted, and some parts of his true chi were even burned through. The scorching flames surged in, and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his body had not reached rank 6 upper tier, he would have been burned to a crisp. What should I do? If this goes on, I'll die. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly here. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the stronger the tricolored primordial fire became. If this went on, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and something suddenly rushed out. It's the stone egg. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the stone egg that had rushed out of his glabella the heaven gate in the Qianjiang water region? He could sense a weak life aura from this stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all kinds of methods, but could not make this stone egg react at all. Lu Ming had thought that this was a useless egg. But now, the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, and the stone egg had rushed out of the Temple of Paragon on its own. This was incredible. Buzz. The stone egg flew out and floated above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly, and immediately, a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that the flames around him had retreated, and he felt cool all over, without any heat. Although he was still falling, the tricolored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surroundings changed, and Lu Ming rushed out of the tricolored primordial fire's area. Dozens of meters below, Lu Ming saw the ground. He flew down and landed on the ground. He looked up, and there seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above, blocking the tricolored primordial fire. Where is this? Then Lu Ming looked around. Chapter 394. He found that the ground under his feet was not ordinary ground, but a kind of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns engraved on it. The whole ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters, he saw a wall. The wall was also made of this metal with patterns of flowers and plants engraved on it. Clang. Lu Ming took out a level 4 battle saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The battle saber shook and bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Suddenly Lu Ming had a bold guess. The whole deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. An alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. What kind of elixir was such a huge alchemy furnace used to refine? Buzz. At this time, the stone egg shook and flew in a direction. Lu Ming just realized that there was still this stone egg. Just now Lu Ming's attention was attracted and he forgot about the stone egg. This time, the stone egg seemed to have come to life like a living creature, which made Lu Ming very surprised. He had spent a lot of effort before, but there was no movement at all. Is there something here that attracted the stone egg? Thinking of this, Lu Ming chased after it. When he came to the center of the deep pit, the stone egg soared into the sky. The surface of the stone egg was filled with a strange aura, and the tricolored true fire actually avoided it. The tricolored true fire avoided it, and a vacuum area was revealed. A golden elixir the size of a longan was suspended there. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. There was actually an elixir here? Moreover, this elixir looked too extraordinary. It was golden all over, like the legendary Great Tao Golden Elixir. On the surface of the elixir, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying around. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a supreme treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also due to this pill? Obviously, the answer was yes. The stone egg crazily rushed to the side of the pill. Its round body was actually trembling slightly, as if it was excited. Then, a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg. Like a mouth, it swallowed the golden pill in one gulp. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he wailed, "No, at least leave some for me." His cries were incomparably miserable. That pill was clearly a supreme treasure pill. Who knew how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence was still intact. From this point alone, one could tell how terrifying it was. If he took it out, it would definitely be worth a lot. But now, it had been swallowed by the stone egg. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared. Kacha-kacha. The stone egg chewed on the pill as if it was eating candy. Kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. At the next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was a trace of residue accidentally leaked out when it was chewing the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. I can't waste it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline, opened his mouth, and instantly sucked the residue into his mouth. Boom, boom. When the residue was sucked into his mouth, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted all of a sudden. Endless energy essence burst out, and the 9 dragons' bloodline swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting. Endless energy crazily swept over. It was really too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, "Refine, refine for me." He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically tried his best to refine it. Huff huff. The 9 dragons' bloodline was 100 meters long in the shape of a flood dragon. At that moment, it had turned into a fat worm that had become round and bulging. A vast amount of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure. There was almost no need to refine it, and it was converted into genuine qi. The cyclone in his dantian spun crazily. Lu Ming's cultivation started to soar crazily. Originally, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Now it was rising rapidly. In a few breaths' time, he had reached the late 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. However, he had no intention of stopping and continued to soar. No, the energy is too strong. I can't convert it in time. Lu Ming realized that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of the energy surging into his body. The majestic energy brought great pressure to his physical body and meridians. It was as if they were about to explode. Absorb, the bloodline is also absorbing. Lu Ming did not care anymore. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and frantically absorbed the energy. With the absorption of the bloodline, the pressure on Lu Ming's body finally decreased. However, the speed of his cultivation was still terrifying. In just 1 minute, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Roar! At that moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and 3 silver chakras appeared on his body. Level 3 King Class Bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This elixir might contain the blood essence of a supreme being. Otherwise, the 9 dragons' bloodline would not be able to level up. Lu Ming pondered. That was because ordinary energy could not level up the bloodline. However, this was a good thing. When the 9 dragons' bloodline leveled up, the devouring and refining power would be stronger, and the refining speed would be faster. Boom. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming's body shook and the cyclone spun crazily. 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by an entire level. This was simply unbelievable. However, it was not over yet. It was still going on. Roar. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared again, and another silver chakra appeared on his body. Level 4 King class bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up again. If this was seen by others, they would probably be scared to death. Whoosh. Whoosh. After leveling up twice, the 9 dragons' bloodline finally withstood the pressure. Although its body was still round, it was no longer in danger of exploding. The leveling up continued. The early stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. The middle stage of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Before long, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the martial ancestor realm. At that moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline had leveled up again and reached the 5th stage of the king class. It's time to level up the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming had an idea. He began to control the 9 dragons' bloodline and transfer a large amount of energy to the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming always felt that the 2nd bloodline was extraordinary. There was a huge stone tablet with fog on it. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming repeatedly tried to comprehend something from the stone tablet, but he always felt that he was blocked by a mysterious force and could not comprehend it. Now the 2nd bloodline could only enhance Lu Ming's strength and defense. Chapter 395. Lu Ming was looking forward to the 2nd bloodline because it was awakened in his body. Unlike the 9 dragons' bloodline, which was awakened with the 9 dragons' blood essence. With the influx of surging energy, the chakra of the 2nd bloodline shone brighter and brighter. The energy of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The 2nd bloodline vibrated and made a buzzing sound. On the basis of the original 4 silver chakras, the 5th chakra was condensed. The 2nd bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class. When the 2nd bloodline was promoted to the 5th tier of the king class, the fog on the stone tablet seemed to have faded a little. However, the words on the stone tablet could not be seen clearly. He could only vaguely make out that there were 3 words. At this moment, there was a roar in Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and made a big hole in the 3-colored genuine fire above his head. The 8th tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Lu Ming broke through and reached the early stage of the 8th tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm. At this time, the energy of the elixir residue was finally completely refined. Whoosh. Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and shot hundreds of meters away. The 8th tier of the martial arts grandmaster realm is too powerful. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he felt that the genuine qi in his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Not only that, but even the 2 bloodlines were continuously upgraded and reached the 5th tier of the king class. This saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9 dragons' bloodline had upgraded by 3 levels, and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, the effect on others would be greatly enhanced. What kind of elixir is that? Its efficacy is too terrifying. It's just a little residue, but it can make my cultivation and bloodline improve crazily. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole elixir? Thinking of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head floated in the air, emitting an intense light. What was different from before was that the stone egg was now emitting a dense life force. It was not like before, when there was only a sliver of life force. What kind of egg is this? It can refine a whole elixir. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He had only refined a small amount of residue and he almost exploded. If he were to consume the entire elixir, he had no doubt that he would explode instantly. However, the stone egg could refine the whole elixir, which was really strange. The vitality in the stone egg was getting stronger and stronger. What on earth is inside? Is it going to hatch? Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a burst of bright light, it quickly quieted down. To the stone egg. He didn't even hatch the pill. He refined an entire pill. And yet he didn't show off? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg floated down slowly and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tried to lift it, but it did not budge. Why is it so heavy? To the stone egg. Isn't this too heavy? Previously, it was only about 1,000,000 kilograms. Now it's at least 10 million kilograms. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of egg is this? It's unbelievably heavy. Keep. Lu Ming wanted to keep the stone egg in the Temple of Paragon, but the stone egg didn't move in his hand. No way. I can't keep it. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try, but gave up after a while. He could keep it in the Temple of Paragon before, but now he couldn't even keep it in the Temple of Paragon, let alone a storage ring. It was useless. Don't tell me that I'm going to have to carry this stone egg that weighs tens of thousands of kilograms everywhere in the future? Then I'll die of exhaustion. Lu Ming widened his eyes and stared at the stone egg. He was speechless. But he couldn't bear to throw the stone egg away. The stone egg was too strange. Lu Ming couldn't bear to throw it away. Buzz. At that moment, the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It shone faintly and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time, the stone egg shrunk rapidly. In the end, it shrunk to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of hair beside Lu Ming's ear. It hung on his hair and swayed. He couldn't feel its weight at all. This works too. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, he was overjoyed. This was good too. It solved a big problem for him. Now, people from the Serene Demon Palace. Wait for me. Lu Ming looked up with bright eyes. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pill furnace and climbed up along the pill furnace wall. There was an inscription array here, so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming climbed up along the wall, like an ape. When he entered the three-colored primordial fire, the stone egg on his hair shone faintly and a cool feeling spread throughout his body. The three-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming passed through the flames and returned to the platform. There was no one there. The people from the Serene Demon Palace must have entered the passage ahead along the two chains. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the chains and rushed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side, he rushed forward. After a few miles, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure around him disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Whoosh! Lu Ming's speed increased by dozens of times and he rushed forward. In a few breaths, he rushed through the long passage. In front of him, there was a shout. Quick, quick, dig up these spirit herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect to sell, they will be invaluable. A rough voice was heard. It was the voice of the tall youth from the Serene Demon Palace. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was hundreds of acres wide, and there were all kinds of spirit herbs on it. At a glance, there were level 1, level 2, level 3, and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them, and they were full of vitality. Some of them were strange and Lin Fan had never seen them before. Medicinal field. This was a real medicinal field. However, there were no traces of level 5 spirit herbs. It's you. Lu Ming rushed out and naturally alarmed the people from the Serene Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. Kid, you fell into the three-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Yu Feisher exclaimed in disbelief. If you didn't die, how could I? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Haha, kid, I don't know if I should call you stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the three-colored primordial fire, but since you escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Yu Feisher laughed loudly. His tone was filled with disdain. Laugh all you want. You're about to die. There's no harm in laughing a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Kid, you're the one who's about to die. Clang. With a cold shout, a sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 396. Other than Yu Feisher, he was one of the most powerful experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. He was at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm, and a triple battle talent. He was even more powerful than Fei Yuan. As the sword radiance flashed, the space trembled. First one. Lu Ming muttered. He moved his hand and his genuine qi formed a long spear. He thrust it at his opponent. Bam! As the long spear swept past, the sword radiance collapsed like a piece of tofu. The spear hit the expert hard. Bam! In an instant, the expert's eyeballs popped out. Before he could even scream, his body exploded. His flesh and bones were stimulated by the force and pierced through the experts from the Serene Demon's Hall. How could this be? Watch out! The people from the Serene Demon's Hall were shocked. Then chaos ensued. Their genuine qi exploded to block the flesh and bones that were piercing through them. Poof! Poof! It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples from the Serene Demon's Hall, who were weaker, had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed. How could this be? Euphasor shouted in disbelief. He had killed a triple battle talent who was at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm in one move, and severely injured more than a dozen experts. How could this be possible? Even he could not do it. I have to thank you for this. Under the three-colored genuine fire, I had a fortuitous encounter, and my cultivation soared. Lu Ming looked at Euphasor and said with a faint smile. No, it's impossible. Euphasor shouted. He could not accept this. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but instead he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? When he thought of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom. His figure moved, and he took a step forward. 9 dragons sky-stomping steps. An unimaginable force exploded from Lu Ming's feet. Block it. Block it for me. Euphasor roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to block with all their might. However, everything was in vain under Lu Ming's attack. Bam! Bam! Bang! Apart from Euphasor, the other disciples of the Serene Devil Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out and devoured everyone's essence blood. Euphasor's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken. He lay on the ground like a pile of mud. How could this be? Euphasor roared, finding it hard to bear. Lu Ming actually killed him because of his fortuitous encounter. This was simply too laughable. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask the heavens why they were treating him like this. What's your name? You can go now, Lu Ming coldly said. With a flick of his finger, a spear light flew out and pierced Euphasor's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th realm of the martial ancestor realm. He was close to being a Battle 5 genius. Killing Euphasor and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Euphasor, Shaochen devoured his essence blood and put away the storage ring of the Netherworld Demon Palace disciple. Then Lu Ming looked around. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the herb field. However, they were all level 1, level 2, and level 3 spiritual herbs. The highest was level 4. Although there were some rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level and were not of much use to Lu Ming. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered. Then he took out Euphasor's storage ring and looked at it. He was overjoyed. There were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs in Euphasor's storage ring. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spiritual herbs here, but that they had been dug up by Euphasor and the others. After taking another look at those low-level spirit herbs, Lu Ming began to pluck some of the level 4 spirit herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to pick them up. Even if there were less of them in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an inscription master and did not know how to plant them. After digging them up, they would probably die. After plucking the level 4 spirit herb, Lu Ming's figure moved and he headed forward. There was a passage at the end of the herb field. Lu Ming rushed into the passage and disappeared. At this time, in the depths of the ruin, there was a huge bronze palace. The gates of the bronze palace were tightly shut. At the entrance, there were 4 small statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise. They were about 1 meter tall. At this time, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statues. Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan Wu Hui, and the others were among them. But at this time, they were in a sorry state. Especially Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan and the others. There were many injuries on their bodies. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. The three factions originally had more than 100 people, but now there were only a few dozen people left. The others were all disciples of the Serene Demon Palace in black robes. They surrounded Han Liumu and the others. "Yu Feiyu, we've given you the key to this ruin. Now can you let us go?" Han Liumu looked at the leader of the Serene Demon Palace. This person was the strongest disciple of the Serene Demon Palace. "Yu Feiyu. Let you go? There are only 3 of the 4 symbols keys. We're still missing the white tiger key. Before the 4 keys are gathered, don't even think about leaving." Yu Feiyu sneered. "We've already said that the white tiger key is not with us." Han Liumu gritted his teeth. "I don't care about that. You came in together. Without the 4 keys, you can't enter the bronze palace. Stay here obediently." Yu Feiyu said indifferently. His tone was unquestionable. "Damn it, Yu Feiyu, don't go too far. You've already killed so many of our people. Now that we've given you the keys, you want to go back on your words?" Yi Tiannan roared. "Haha." Yu Feiyu sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. "So what if I'm bullying you? Can you resist? In this world, the weak have no right to speak. Right now your fates are in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood. Do you understand?" Yu Feiyu looked down at Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan and the others. His tone was filled with arrogance. Kiki, Han Liumu gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Humiliation. Incomparable humiliation filled their hearts. They were on the verge of exploding. However, they knew that if they resisted, they would die. Thus they could only endure it. Yu Feiyu glanced at Han Liumu and the others. Then he looked at the passage on the left and frowned. Yu Feishi still hadn't arrived. This made him somewhat unhappy. What's wrong with Yu Feishi? He took so long to deal with a small fry. This guy is getting more and more unreliable. A big-nosed youth beside Yu Feiyu said. Maybe he's delayed by something. Another person said. Could he have been killed? Hee, senior brother Feiyu, let me go check the situation. Chapter 397. Yu Feiyu nodded and ordered. Junior Fei, go and check the situation. Find Junior Feishi and tell him to bring the white tiger key to meet us. Yes. The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment a voice rang out. No need. Your junior brothers won't be able to come. Who is it? Yu Fei shouted coldly. Yu Feiyu and the others couldn't help but look at the passage on the left. A young man who was not even 20 years old walked out. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others exclaimed when they saw the young man. This young man was Lu Ming. He followed the passage in the herb field and arrived here. When he arrived, he heard the conversation between Yu Feiyu and the others. It's you? Kid, you're still alive? The big-nosed young man shouted coldly. Nonsense, of course I'm still alive. Are you blind? Lu Ming curled his lips and reprimanded. The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Kid, it seems like Yu Feishi and the others didn't find you and let you escape. However, you came here. This is your fate. No one can save you. Hurry up and hand over the white tiger key. I'll give you a quick death. The big-nosed young man scolded with a haughty expression. There was a big guy who was as arrogant as you. In the end, I sent him on his way. It seems like I'll have to send you on your way too. Lu Ming smiled faintly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? You killed Yu Feishi? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see how strong you are. The big-nosed young man stepped forward and his sword flashed. A cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. 8th stage martial ancestor realm. This big-nosed young man was no weaker than Yu Feishi. With a flick of his finger, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. Just as Lu Ming was about to sweep out with his spear, at this moment, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It ignored the sword light and sword aura, rushed past it, and smashed into the big-nosed young man's face. It just so happened to hit the big-nosed young man's nose. Gotcha! The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming, bouncing back and forth like a mischievous rubber ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. This. Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yu Feiyu Hanliumu, and the others were dumbfounded. Is this even possible? What kind of stone is this? Lu Ming threw out a stone, and it actually injured the big-nosed youth with a single strike. What kind of treasure was this? At this moment, the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in agony. His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. How pitiful! This stone egg! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the stone egg. Unexpectedly, the stone egg was very lively. It jumped a few times in the air and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not feel any weight at all. Haha, this stone egg is so lively. What is it? Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the pill had not been wasted. Attack together. Be careful of that stone egg. Yu Feiyu gave the order, looking at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He was not confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a flash, the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. None of them wanted to be hit like that. As for Lu Ming, they instinctively ignored him. As for Han Liumu and the others, their eyes flickered with hope. They had already given up hope. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was about the same as theirs. It was impossible for him to be a match for the experts of the Netherworld Demon Palace. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would throw out a stone egg and defeat the big-nosed young man with a single strike. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed toward a 7th-stage martial ancestor realm genius. That genius was shocked. He roared and unleashed his full strength. His bloodline power and true chi erupted as he set up a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. Bang! The stone egg instantly passed through the defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head cracked open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Especially the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Whoosh! After killing one of them, the stone egg flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Then, the stone egg will become an ownerless object and we won't be afraid of it. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill! Kill! 70 to 80 disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace charged toward Lu Ming. Instantly, 70 to 80 rays of sword chi surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. The space around them boiled and was stirred up by the sword chi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking at the same time was too shocking. Then all of you can die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's second bloodline power was unleashed, greatly increasing his strength. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline power flew out and opened its mouth to roar. A terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace. Suddenly, not good. My bloodline power is leaving my body. My essence blood is unstable. It's going to rush out of my body. The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace screamed in fear. In an instant, the sword chi became chaotic. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9 dragons' bloodline power had risen by 3 levels, how terrifying was his devouring power! Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's were almost unable to control their bloodline power, and were sucked out of their bodies. They were unable to unleash much of their combat strength. 9 dragons stomping the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. Boom. The entire space trembled. Then bam. Bam. The disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace exploded like rotten potatoes. Drops of essence blood flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline power. 81 people. With this stomp, 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and 3 other disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all martial ancestor realm 8 and above, but they were half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was in the same state. He was the number 1 genius of the Netherworld Demon Palace. His cultivation level had reached the mid-stage martial ancestor realm 8, and his combat strength had surpassed that of the 3 battle geniuses. However, under Lu Ming's stomp, he was still severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How could this be? Yu Feiyu screamed hysterically as if he had gone mad. He found it hard to accept this. With one move, the most elite disciples of the Netherworld Demon Palace were all killed. How could he be so powerful? Chapter 398. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Yu Feiyu felt like he was dreaming. Brother, let me go. Please let me go. I can give you everything I have. Yu Feiyu cried out. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Serene Devil Hall, and he would definitely inherit the position of Hall Master of the Serene Devil Hall in the future. He would become the overlord of a large region, ruling over vast mountains and rivers, millions of citizens, and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. With such a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die? Compared to his life, what was face? Let you go? After I kill you, won't your belongings be mine? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I know of a treasure. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others watched this scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who was high and mighty and controlled their lives, was now begging for mercy in front of Lu Ming like a dog. How quickly the world changed. It was truly miraculous. This was the change brought about by strength. In the martial world, the strong were supreme. Only the strong could rule over everything. It was no wonder that most cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, not hesitating to take risks. Treasure? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then tell me the location of the treasure first. Promise to let me go first, then I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu cried out, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, his heart was filled with hope. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. But in the next moment, whoosh! A spear light shot out, piercing through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful energy crushed Yu Feiyu's heart. Why? Yu Feiyu cried out in despair. His eyes popped out like a dead fish's, filled with disbelief. Even in his dreams, he couldn't understand why Lu Ming would suddenly want to kill him. Wasn't her heart already moved? Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or not. Even if there is such a treasure, I won't let you go. I don't want to leave behind future troubles because of an unknown treasure. A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he killed the remaining disciples of the Serene Devil Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of any of their storage rings and blood essences. On the side, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others were dumbstruck. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. Han Liumu stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lu Ming in gratitude. Nothing. I was just passing by, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he walked towards the entrance of the Bronze Palace. Han Liumu and the others watched from behind and didn't follow. Lu Ming walked to the entrance and waved his hand. Instantly, 4 keys appeared in his hand. Lu Ming didn't return them to Han Liumu and the others. He got them from Yu Feiyu, so naturally, they were his spoils of war. He wasn't so kind as to return them to Han Liumu and the others. Buzz. As soon as the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. Crack! The entrance of the Bronze Palace slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he dashed into the door and disappeared. Behind him, Han Liumu, Yi Tiannan, and the others looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. Brother Han, are we going in? Yi Tiannan asked Han Liumu. Hanliumu's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. After a while he sighed and said, "You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. It's unfathomable. I think he was hiding his strength when he fought with the flying ape. He's definitely a peerless monster from some super region. This kind of person's temper is unpredictable. If we go in and make him unhappy, we'll die in his rage." Hanliumu looked at the entrance with fear in his eyes. "I agree with Brother Han's opinion. This kind of person isn't someone we can provoke. Let's leave this place," Wu Hui also said. Yi Tiannan sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Hanliumu and the others left one by one. They went back and searched for treasures along the way. There was a deathly silence in the bronze hall. After Lu Ming rushed into the entrance, he saw a large hall. There were several large alchemy furnaces in the hall. However, these furnaces were all corroded and had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming walked around the hall but found nothing. There was another bronze door at the back of the hall, but it was closed. Lu Ming pushed hard. With a click, the bronze door opened. There was no need for a key. The bronze door opened and Lu Ming walked in. This was a room that looked like a secret room. It was much smaller than the hall. There were 2 shelves on both sides. On the shelves there were some bottles and jars. In the middle of the room, there was an alchemy furnace. On the side there was a table. Lu Ming first walked towards the shelves and picked up the bottles and jars. Unfortunately, although there were pills inside, they had turned into ashes under the corrosion of time. All the pills and spirit medicines were useless. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. He walked toward the table again. On the table, there were 2 things. A box made of unknown material. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it was still intact. Lu Ming picked up the box and opened it to take a look. Suddenly he was stunned. In the box, there were dozens of crystals. Each of them was about the size of a longan. Moreover, they were divided into many colors. Some were yellow, some were blue, some were red, some were green. The most important thing was that each crystal was emitting a mysterious aura. It was similar to force, but it was many times more mysterious than force. Lu Ming reached out and picked up a fiery red crystal. After carefully examining it, his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. "This is an ultimacy crystal. Haha, this is definitely an ultimacy crystal." Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. He had never imagined that he would be able to find ultimacy crystals here. Moreover, there were dozens of them. An ultimacy crystal was born from the ultimacy of heaven and earth. It would take a long time to produce one. An ultimacy crystal contained a rich intent of heaven and earth. It could be used to comprehend the intent of heaven and earth. After one's force reached perfection, if one used an ultimacy crystal to comprehend intent, one could quickly comprehend true intent. If a martial king used an ultimacy crystal to cultivate, it would greatly speed up the comprehension of intent. It could be said that an ultimacy crystal was a treasure that even a martial king would covet. Ultimacy crystals were divided into various attributes. For example, wind attribute ultimacy crystal, fire attribute ultimacy crystal, thunder attribute ultimacy crystal. However, regardless of the attribute, an ultimacy crystal could be sold for at least 1 billion lower spiritual crystals in the market.